Failure Decade Stress, aka host Eric of Talking with Famous People. The author of countless pieces of content here on YouTube. So many. So very, very many. So many long form videos. Something like close to 9,000. I don't even know how many live streams. And a bunch of shorts. Plus another channel full of shorts. I'm what you might call a busy Billy Beaver. And I have been here on YouTube for 10 years. 10 straight years I've been this person that I am on YouTube. I've gone through good times and bad. I've endured I endured a long stretch of kind of shadow banning. I don't even know if that's what was happening or not when I had a strike on the channel for bullying. I just kept doing my thing, doing what I do. I had bursts of attention and growth via type police videos. But I suffer from refuse to be consistent syndrome. The only thing consistent about me is inconsistency. And as you see here, there's actually 4 people here. I thought it said 0. Hello, all 4 of you. May God bless you with extra blessings today because you are here. Hello, Newman. Hello, Gizmo the Great. Pull this stream up on the big screen so I can see the live chat with out my glasses. Do I like rats? I don't dislike rats. There aren't any rats around here, like inside my house. If there were, my cats would probably kill them. How about you, Gizmo the Great? Do you like rats? Oh, he means traitors, snitches. You mean like you dirty rat? No, I don't like those kind of rats. What flavor was that vape? The flavor of that vape was bong rip. Unless you're talking about these vapes. One is tobacco, one is purportedly unflavored, but it does have a flavor. It's minty. They say it's unflavored, but that's because they're liars. Rachel's vape is flavored THC, as is my BONG, which spells bong. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Even though YouTube might say, hey, Eric, you said that word. And I'll be like, oh no. You have watermelon lemonade, huh? That sounds more like a drink than a vape. Tobacco. Now that sounds like something you inhale. Watermelon lemonade sounds like something you drink. Unflavored, well, it could apply to anything. So, why What am I talking about today? Why is it that a failure decade's a great thing? Well, I will tell you. I was just watching this lady, Tiffany Ferg, who I called Tiffany Fang in the short I uploaded because I couldn't quite remember her name. Tiffany Ferg. She's a lady who makes internet analysis content. Like, um, why? Well, the video I was just watching was like, what happens when you're no longer relevant as a YouTuber? What's it like when people are hot and then they're not, and then their channel's quote unquote dying, etc. And watching the video made me kind of appreciate the fact that I've had 10 solid years of periods of stagnation, followed by sometimes periods of growth, sometimes very quick for me growth over short periods of time, and then periods of stagnation. It's conceivable that if I were to apply myself entirely towards trying to get successful on YouTube and make YouTube less of what I want it to be in my life, that I could be more profitable. But there are, you know what, another majestic INFJ, you caught me in a fib. Another majestic INFJ caught me in a fib. I've said on multiple occasions that this is the only YouTube channel on the internet. Mm-hmm. And yet I just mentioned another YouTube channel. So really, I tripped myself up. That's how I got caught. Lying about the fact that the truth is this is not the only YouTube channel. Unknown says bro yapping a lot. Well, I am live streaming on YouTube. A live stream comprising talking. So would you suggest instead I just use sign language? Would it make you happy if I speak to you in sign language? If so, I could do that. Hello, sir. I am from any job there. Where's any job there? Yapping a whole lot of nothing. Well, you better run along to someplace else that is providing you more compelling content, sir. I would hate to be responsible for your ongoing boredom and contempt. Stinson says the Detroit Lions. KBZF says, what are the top 3 reasons you're voting for Trump? I'm not voting at all. I'm not going to vote for either Trump or Harris. I'm not enthusiastic enough about either of them to vote for them. That's okay. You have no reason to apologize. I appreciate your scorn. One never tempers iron but through the application of heat. You've seen a lot. Just tell me what's better for life, job or business. Depends if you're a good business owner, you know. I wasn't a very effective small business owner. It requires you to put on a lot of hats, take care of a lot of things, do a lot of planning, manage a lot of financial stuff, put out a lot of fires. It's an all life encompassing thing to do. And I functioned better, was happier, whatever, as an employee, ultimately. Tomorrow is the first day of the rest of my life. So today, hashtag Zara, is the last day of your previous life. The life that you lived heretofore. Starting tomorrow, starting all over. Gonna be a newborn baby. Rachel's gonna have to raise me all the way into adulthood.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I hope I do a good job.
I'm sure you will. And I'm gonna put myself on accelerated growth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I should be, say, your age within 4 months.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll have accelerated learning.
Yeah, you'll have to take me to school and let them know that, like,
Yeah.
by the end of the week, I'll be ready for the next grade.
I wonder how they'll take
I
that.
mean, some grades I'll have to complete in just like 3 days
Wow.
if I want to go to college.
Oh yeah. You. I want that experience for you.
Yeah. So I'm thinking 3 days of grades starting with preschool, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, ninth grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, college 1, college 2, college 3, college 4, college 5, because I'm a slacker. And that brings us to what? Is that 19 total grades?
Yeah.
All right. So you're not, for me to get at the same age as you at 40, then I'm going to need, over the course of 19 total grades, I'm going from 4 years old to, say, 23. And that's how many years is that? That's 19 years. Okay, so then we'll need another 20 years. So, okay, we can give them, we have a total of 90 days. No, we have 120 days. So we can give each of the grades, call it a week. Let's see, that would be, no, that's too much. We can only get 4 days, I think. 4 days. So if we get 4 days each, then that's um, 80 minus 4, 76 days for school. And then I just need, well, I actually need more than that. So 5. 5 would be 50, okay, plus 45, 95. 95. And then we got, that's still too many. 6. Okay, so 6 days a week. 6 days a week per grade, including each of the college grades. So that's pretty good. I'll need a very compacted schedule. It's the guy with the hurting chest who has inflammation between the ribs, after all. I don't have a hurting chest and don't know what you're talking about. Failure reminds you that you haven't been paying attention. I'm not sure that's what I'm getting at here. What I'm saying is that I've had a great 10 years here on YouTube so far. It's been fantastic, and things would have been very different if at any point I had actually blown up and gotten successful, right? As it is, people come around here, I can read your chat and engage with you still, even though, you'd expect, if you were to look 5 years ago, you'd say, surely in 5 years he'll have more than 20 people watching his live stream. You would be wrong. Oh, you're talking about your hurting chest. And I thought you were saying I had hurt my chest and it was inflammation between the ribs. No, you're talking about yourself. That makes a lot more sense. Hey, I'm joining the Navy soon. Any thoughts? Well, American 07, did you confirm before joining the Navy that you do not get seasick? Because my dad was in the Navy, and he was miserable the whole time because he was seasick. When he got out of his time on the Navy, he changed service branches and joined the Army. So, if you get seasick, I would suggest that you try to go change to the Army as soon as you can. If you know you don't get seasick, then I'm sure the Navy's fine. If you like being out on the ocean, obviously that's a good branch to join. Joining the military in general is a good idea for lots of reasons. I respect people who serve in the military, and I didn't myself, but it's an excellent way to have a reliable income. You could become a career Army person, or a Navy person. What do they call them? Sailors, I guess. Even though you probably don't float on any boats that are powered by sails at all in the Navy. Do you think they have any sail-powered boats in the Navy? I bet they have no sail-powered boats. Well, how would that even be useful for? You'd be like, oh, we can't get in close enough to the shore with our big motorized metal boat, so we're gonna sail a sailboat in. They have the USS Constitution. Or is that like a vintage old timey sailboat? Okay, but like Lockheed Martin's or whoever makes boats is not going to make the order these days. We need 6 sailing vessels so that the advantages of sail power, we can use the advantages of sail power to gain a military upper hand. That'd be cool if somebody could come up with a scenario where we need to use the advantages of sail power to have one over on the Chinese, you know. It turns out the Chinese military hardware has a particular weakness that makes it susceptible to sailing vessels. I'd like that to be the case. And then you see all these Navy people out on catamarans. Do they show up on radar? Probably. Do boats show up on radar even? I guess they probably do. I always think of it the boats as having the radar and shooting it up at the planes. But I guess it works the other way too, you know. Of course, the boats are on top of water, whereas the planes are just up in the air, so there's nothing around them. I'm not sure how reflective water is for radar. If it has exactly the same radar reflectivity as the boat, then it wouldn't do you any good. You just keep hitting water, as far as your radar could tell. Anybody think that's how it works? Remarkably, the vessels of the United States Navy have a radar reflectivity exactly equal to that of seawater. Accordingly, no enemy radar can ever spot an American ship. Here we see a Chinese watchman at the top of a very tall tower off the mainland, looking through binoculars, keeping an eye out for these radar invisible ships. Yes, I look out every day to see if I can spot the American ships. We've tried everything. None of our radar solutions seem to be working. That's how the, documentary goes. Looks like my trial weed is ready. That's good. I got some trial weed here. No, it's not trial weed like weed to smoke at a witch trial kind of weed. It's trial weed like, let's try a couple buds of this one plant out because it's looking reasonably done-ish. And in fact, I can tell you this much. I smoked a little bit of it that was microwaved. I microwaved a little bit of it last night so I could smoke it right away. Obviously that kind of kills the taste of it, but it was pretty stony already. It's not even done yet. We need to water the plants. We should do that. You're welcome. And what I'd like to do, American 07, is also advise you to tell the Navy to look into my solution. Ask them, have you ever considered making your ships have exactly the same radar reflectivity as seawater? That could be the tip that saves America in the next sea war. You never know when you're going to see a sudden resurgence in old-timey pirates. There's another context in which, we need the Navy. Because nobody wants to be made to walk the plank. And then they said I had to walk the plank. Turn on the motherfucking plank.
Sure.
That's somebody explaining their close call with pirates.
More?
Nope, that's fine. Can you talk to the people for a second while I water?
Sure.
You can move that if you want.
Seems
or
to
you
be.
can tilt it from the back. Around the back of the round circle. Yeah,
There you go. Hi, everyone. Hey, Chaos Fuel. Hi. Or, I don't know what your name is. Hi, Yellow Icon. Hey, Keisha, if you're still here. Hi, American07. Josiah, the chef. Or you said bye. Hi, Hassan. I hope I'm saying that right. Hassan.
Usually pronounced swasa.
Oh, swasa. Is Hassan the American version?
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about, like, I think it's good that Eric has stayed on YouTube even with the roller coaster that it is. I think it's important to keep on pushing through, even if you're not getting the feedback or the attention that you really want, because there's a good chance of it going up again. There's a good chance that something will hit and all of a sudden you're back on the algorithm again and you
But I think my message is like appreciate how great it has been despite the total lack of large scale.
it's true, it has been great.
It's been great in so many ways. It's like it got me my wife, for example. But I've met all kinds of cool people, you know?
I think that's one of the biggest things is that the people that you've met through the channel.
Yep, including Martin Luther King Jr.
Wow.
Yeah, he was first a fan talking to space people. I was explaining to him how he shouldn't be so content with the status of black people in the South because
You said that.
He was perfectly comfortable with things the way they were. Surprisingly, I had to give him a little talk. Like, look, you kind of internalized some bullshit here. Imagine this, I said. Imagine you're sleeping one night and you have this sleep vision, let's call it, of black children and white children playing together. Later on, he ended up giving a speech about it. It's called I Have a Dream.
Wow. So, like, you kind of sparked that?
Basically, I wrote it for him.
Oh, you wrote it for him?
More or less. You know, his first draft was like, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe not though, but what do you think about like black people getting a little bit more advantages here and there? So maybe one day, I know we can't eat at the diner, but maybe we could drink at the fountain. That you're asking for too little. You know?
Yeah.
You should try to ask. You should be like, I have a dream. Like we're equals. Oh, well, Mr. Strauss, you and I could never be equals, he said. Dr. Martin Luther King, you need to believe in yourself more.
Wow.
And he did.
Oh, you gave him the push.
Yeah. Well, I sent him to Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo for life coaching.
I think I need to go to Dr. Sprinting Wolf Kazuko.
Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. And yes, you do.
Oh, you agree.
I can see by looking at you. Right now, you crawl like a cub. But after being coached by me, you'll sprint like the wolf.
Is it guaranteed with the name to sprint like a wolf?
Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo is more than just a life coach. I'm also a Native American. Part Native American. Small part.
Small part.
Very, very small part.
But it seems like that's the one that you identify with a lot.
Well, how else would you explain my nature as a sprinting wolf?
That's a good question.
People look at me and they say, Dr. Kazaquo, do you sprint like the wolf all the time? Yes, I do. You can learn how as well. All you need to do is sign up for my short symposium, 4 15-minute group sessions for just $985.
Wow, it's a deal.
That's 1 total hour of time in a group setting with me, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, at a cost that's under $1,000. It should be priced at $1 million. So that's a $999,000 savings. Hi there. I'm American, yes. Was I alive then? I've been alive, when dawn cracked on the man who first attached wheels to a cart and rolled it down a hill and said, huzzah, I was there. When Moses parted the Red Sea and then said, nah, that looks dumb, I was there.
Wow.
When Neil Armstrong stepped off the rocket onto that soundstage in Hollywood, I was there. Thanks, Jules. Hello, Germany. Yeah, I too am a German. I just have a German accent. I don't actually speak any German language. But do you live in Stuttgart? Do you like to go to the club in Stuttgart? And she says, yes, I do. I love going to the club in Stuttgart more than anything. Of course, I'm German. What else would I do? Eric's on one right now, baby. I'm loving it. Maybe you're at McDonald's.
Oh, don't get me started.
Sounds good, huh?
Yeah, it really does.
I don't want to judge Oakers.
I know.
You want me to make you a hamburger? No, your hamburgers are no McDonald's hamburgers, Eric. God. Oh, you want chicken nuggets, actually.
Yeah.
You get chicken nuggets at McDonald's. You want me to make you chicken something? You want to make you a chicken sandwich? You want me to make us chicken sandwiches?
Chicken sandwich might be good.
All right, I'll make chicken sandwich. So let's do that. So 10 years of failure here on YouTube has not at all actually been, let me pull these bongers first. It's not actually at all been failure. That's why it's a great thing. Even though it's not been the kind of success that makes any money, it's been a huge success if the goal has been to meet with and engage a wide variety of people, make some IRL friends, and have some interesting experiences. Like me and Rachel are going to an A's game with Alexis and her husband. That's cool, right? That's a cool thing to do. It's fun. It's like somebody that you only know on the channel, and then you see them in real life. Go to a baseball game with them.
Are we waiting to hear back from them on?
They said the 4th, Tuesday. So we just need to get the tickets.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, that's right. I was gonna not mention what day we were going online.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot. That's fine. I'm not in the habit of being like security conscious, but I decided for some variety of reasons to be a little security conscious in this particular instance. Yeah, it's great. McDonald's is fantastic. You're from Flensburg, the northeast town of Germany. It's next to Denmark. So are you and the Danes always having border skirmishes?
Ooh, border skirmishes.
Mm-hmm. I hope so. I hope the Germany-Denmark border is still being contested by residents on either side of it. And then it moves 10 feet one direction, 10 feet the other, depending on the outcome of battle, you know. These are our plot of tomatoes. We are going to take it back, you land thieves. And I hope neither you nor the Danes, because you're both contesting at the border, because you're both contesting the border, I hope that neither of you use euros, but instead pound sterling. So that would be a fun story for Jules to tell. I live in the militarized zone of the Danish-German border, where we use pound sterling because the European Union won't recognize our legitimacy because of our ongoing conflict. I predicted Jessica Scoliosis for Big Dog's future. That is the woman for him. I do draw soulmates. You know, if you guys are single and looking for a soulmate, indeed, Anna Nova, I did and still do say that. And I also have said, you know, and I still do say that I think to realistically launch it, I need to get to 100,000 subs. So it's like I would like to see the channel increase in success, but there's a number of things I need to do coming up. I feel like, okay, it's time to make these things happen that I have in mind here, which involves first and foremost, I guess, I need to call the dentist, get some dental work done. And I would like to, you know, figure out some kind of cost-effective dental solution that doesn't involve a bunch of implants, but that also doesn't involve dentures. So I'm thinking, you know, the concept being basically bridging between implants. Anyway, once I've got my teeth fixed, then I'll be empowered considerably in a lot of ways. It's remarkable what a handicap it is for me in terms of making videos, talking, how I have to be aware of it for, you know, just to have it burden the audience as little as possible, I guess. I got a number I'm going to call on the advertisement on the fridge for a local place. So anyway, that's kind of one of the top orders of business. I feel like I'm kind of hamstrung and doing anything else. Like I couldn't really get a job right now or anything until I get my teeth fixed. So I need to do that. I want to get the year payments out of the way. We got to pay the water for the year, probably for both houses. I'm kind of resigning myself to that. And then property taxes for both houses. Get those things paid and get my dental stuff done. It's going to be a fairly large chunk of expenses. And then I may very well go get a job for a while, like at the casino or something. It's taken me this long really to feel like, okay, I'm ready to rejoin life. They stopped asking in the chat a lot. But people do still sometimes say that. Thanks, I live very close to Yosemite here in Mariposa County. Well, Ananova, I mean, the thing is, I have a good internet record in part because I make so much content that anybody who's looking for something bad about me, that some piece of me making a misstep and saying the wrong thing or whatever, they're gonna have to go through a shit ton of stuff, unsure if such a thing even exists. So we'll see how that all plays out. But I also kind of identified with what Tiffany Ferg is saying about how one can be too emotionally linked to responsiveness on YouTube. For example, it is the case that if I'm streaming for a while and depending on my mood, like if I'm having low numbers for a long time, seeing a lot of like single digit numbers, that it'll make me it'll make me I got distracted by your chat there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm ready to go up against anybody. It's fine. I'm not worried about that. That is the least of my concerns. Well, I'll get the dental work as affordably as I can, by which I mean, um, for example, I'm not going to try to get a ton of implants. I'm going to try to get the minimum amount of implants I can with bridges. I don't want dentures, is the thing. Because dentures also affect how you talk. My current situation affects how I talk, and it's annoying. Well, I know everything dentistry is expensive, Ananova. I'm prepared for that reality. And I want to get these expenses out of the way, and then because we got a call on this rental. We'll see if they follow up. I'm not sure they can really. Well, not. It depends how It's not that much per implant, big dog. But so what I'd like to do is try to get basically. Uh, probably need 3 implants. Might be able to get away with 2, and then bridging for the rest of it. I'll have to talk to the dentist. Hi Bleepers, creations and mods off grid life. What is up, dog? Says Bleepers, creations and mods off grid life. Not much. What's up with you? I'm just streaming, explaining my feelings about YouTubing, explaining the realities of the ups and downs of relevance or irrelevance of being an algorithmic darling or an algorithmic dud.
So, what vibes did you get from the people who looked at the house today?
Working class guy with a beard.
But I mean, like, did they seem interested or like kind of like we don't know?
You see, I think they're interested. My vibe is I'm not sure if they can really afford it. I think basically he was suggesting to me that their budget might be around 1,800 a month. So I was just like, well, I'm not going to rent it for that.
So then we'll probably continue with the idea of putting it out in the Gazette.
Yeah, I'd say. Or, I mean, I think we should try to put something up digitally. Maybe on Zillow has a rental thing. I'm not
Okay.
entirely sure. Depends on moof situation. Definite algo darling. So we have only gotten the one call, but I tell you the two. One thing they told me was the guy told me was that it's impossible to find any rentals available at all, monthly rentals available at all up here. So
Wow.
you know,
So I think if we put it out there enough, like you said, Zillow, Gazette, Craigslist, we'll maybe get some more interest.
yeah, I think so. No, 28. We're not charging 28. 21.50 is what the rent is on it. The thing is, I'm coming to accept that we may have to. Well, we'll have to. I think we need to just meet with more prospective renters. We need to put it up on Zillow, the rental
Yeah.
thing, and, you know, Facebook Marketplace. I didn't. I didn't know that that was. Well, I could put it up on Nextdoor maybe, too. Let me try putting it on Nextdoor right now.
Let's do it. I don't mean to I feel very much like we can do it.
Nextdoor. Okay, so we're gonna put up the meow in the meow. I don't want to download your dumb app. Stop trying to tell me to download apps all the time. Post. I guess sell or give away.
I guess so.
All right. Now I'm gonna have to find pictures of the thing. Did I download any pictures of the thing? Probably not. They're probably just here online in the Google Photos. In the Goofo.
I think they're yeah. They're there.
Uh-huh. What is your videos? Oh no, they're not. Okay, Shift Control? No, Shift D for download. Shift D for download. That will help a lot to have some downloaded images. Everybody loves that. And then everybody's going to say, hey, I really love these downloaded images that you have here. People are going to be like, these images are great because they show the pictures of the place that you have for rent. Okay, add photos. Can I drag and drop? Yes. Wait a second. What the deuce? What's going on here? Boo failure, boo, a boo failure. I don't get it. All right, well, whatever. I don't know why there are movies of each one, too. But so be it. Reminds me of the title of my one act play, So Be It Beatrice, if that's how you want to play.
So be it, Beatrice, if that's how you wanna play.
That's the exact song. You got it exactly right.
Thank you, thank you.
It's amazing. It's like you heard it in my brain or something. Okay.
What the F?
I did the wrong things because I was being dumb.
No.
God, I guess. One of the files is not supported. Okay. Difficult times, difficult ways. Let me just try putting a few of them. They're not supported. Okay, fuck off though. But how about fuck off though? Yeah? Is this a video? It's not a video, is it?
No, remember how like Apple does that like dumb thing of like taking multiples of the same.
Oh, did we take these with your photo?
Yeah.
With your camera? Oh god.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh god.
I'm sorry.
Oh, how can Apple be so gay? Oh my god. No offense to the homosexuals of the world, but it's just the only term for it. Just impossibly horribly. Just get out of here, Apple. Just get out of here. Let me open GIMP, I guess, and save them all as. Oh, God. Fine. Apple truly does need to get its head out of its ass. Thanks, Russia. I appreciate it. Russia says, I read, or Cyrillic, I don't know. More than just Russia uses Cyrillic. Cyrillic says, I recently found out that you've been making videos for 10 years and you have 8,000 videos. That's fantastic. So few subscribers. I wish you health and growth for your channel. Thanks. Appreciate it. That's nice of you. Well, it just goes to show you, persistence doesn't necessarily pay off.
Are the pictures? Oh, they're. I see.
Where's the... Oh, God. Oh, my fucking God.
There you go. I'm really sorry about that.
Not your fault. Okay. Alright, I need to export all of these now. Alright. So... Desktop. concrete. Listing. Export as a ping, that's fine. PNG, you're dynamite. PNG, you're out of sight. PNG, you're dynamite, or however that AC/DC song goes.
Yours is a little more like delightful.
Let's see. Okay. Wait. What's going on here in the mirror? Two. Pump. And then I bet she's gonna be like, these images are too big. I should make it smaller, really. Resize image, scale image.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. It's not your fault. It's Apple's fault.
It is Apple's fault.
Apple and their horrible ways. That's fine. Export. I'm going to save over that one. Replace. Export. Export. No, no, no. Cancel. Export. Desktop. Listing. O3 PNG. You're an O3 PNG.
Oh yeah.
The third PNG that I've saved today. Your number O3 PNG.
I think this is a really good idea to put it on next door.
Yeah, it can't hurt. I didn't shrink this one. Oh, God. Eric, scale image. Put your 2000. Put here 1200. There, that's fine. 1200 by 1600. That's fine.
Yeah, that is fine.
Yeah, export. Listing. Yes, replace. Export. Yeah. Image. Scale image. Scale. Export. Recently used listing. 3. Make that into a 4. Pyow. And pyow. What a laborious task. What a laborious task it is.
If you work at the casino, don't fall in love with any of the girls who pass around drinks.
I'm not gonna fall in love with anybody, Rachel. I'm a happily married man who is not available or susceptible for any such nonsense. Did I fail to scale this one? Did I? I didn't scale it, huh? Stupid Eric. Oh, so
Hey, you're talking about my husband there.
well, it says on forward, man. Oh, no.
No. No.
You only have already multiple. I guess this is probably the best one of the living room, so not use the other one. Recently used.
Oh, yes.
Cord over that one. I need one picture of the living room. And here we go. Let's go. Ándale, ándale, ándale. Right. Scale image. There we go. Now we'll export it. Yes, yes, yes. Export.
And number 5 asks, if I'm a Gen Zer, then may I use Gen Alpha slang? Or am I not risky enough?
What gen is he?
Gen Z.
Well, I'm gonna say yes. You can use Gen Alpha slang, but you should probably use it sparingly,
Yeah.
and possibly be drawn to more of a dry kind of hang a lantern on it usage, you know. Hang a lantern on what? On your dick.
Oh! He said it.
I did. I went there. I went there and every place else. I was watching this content earlier, basically videos of like wives getting caught cheating. And it made me think, well, my takeaway from it is I'm not sure it's a good idea to watch this content.
Does it give you ideas?
No, I mean it gives you this sense of like hurt feelings adrenaline rush that's probably not healthy.
Hurt feelings, adrenaline rush. Like your own feelings, or you?
I mean, I'm sure it's sympathetic to
Yeah.
to the party involved, but once again, why do I never remember to do this first?
Yay! You did it.
I did it. So we have some pictures here. And I'll be able to drag and drop these into there from this folder here. Listing. So we'll get this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Pow.
Pow.
What do you mean it can't be loaded? Try this again. Create post. These are PNGs. Surely you can take PNGs.
What the hell?
Let me try one of them. Wait, no, it was. It worked, yeah.
It was lying to you.
Um, 3-bedroom home for rent. Let me get that document and I'll just copy and paste it. Where's our, there it is.
Meow. You're looking at me. I'm going to pet you with my foot.
Put this here.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Property rentals.
You love feet pet. Did you get something in your eye trouble? Oh, yes. Yes. You're a good boy. Oh, yes.
Photo of me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Or of us.
Meow. What happened to your eye, Bubbles?
Is he hurt?
It might be allergies or something. He just can't open it. He's not opening it.
Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it'll get better.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass. Why am I making this dumb profile picture so perfect? I do not know. Just knock it off, Eric. Well, I totally forgot even that I was live streaming this. What a pain in the ass.
Oh my gosh, wow. It really took your attention.
Thump. Fudge's sake. Pya. Alright, let's see. Upload photo. Desktop. Listing. Thumb.
Oh no! Well, I guess if they click on it, they'll be able to see.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Maybe it's not how I'd like it to be, but that's fine. I guess I could upload a different one by making this a little bit shorter than, like if I meowed right here, it might work. Crop to selection. Yeah. I'll show you guys the picture I'm looking at, so that you can understand the true excitement and joy of what a pain in the ass this is. There's the picture. All right, let's try this one.
Yeah.
Export. Thumb. Replace. Export. Okay, now. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Can I replace it? Wait, am I stuck with it forever now? Jesus Christ.
Appearance?
Edit profile.
There you go. That's better.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not really, but I'll move it. I'm going to make it better. I'm going to make it perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
There. This should be good this time.
Yeah, that's
there we
good.
Go. That's better. Sure, it's true that Sasquatch is still the main character in this picture, but that's fine.
That is fine.
Now I could upload a cover photo. Why am I bothering to do this?
All we need is to put up the...
Yeah, it's already up.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. But they said, like, you should upload a meow because then people are more likely to click on your thing. How do I see my thing, though?
Yeah, I want to see it, too.
I believe when I see it, though.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a fire next to it.
What does that mean?
Maybe it's hot. Hot off the press.
Could mean it's easily burned down. Let's hope not. All right, everybody. You have endured a great deal of boredom if you're still here. If you're here new right now, arriving, the good news is we won't be working on that anymore because it's done for now. We're going to hope that does sufficient job. Just why? Amelito familiar. Don't we have sort of squares or like rectangle profile pictures at the beginning of the internet? I don't know. It seems maybe they weren't all circles like they are now. What do you think,
That's
Rachel?
probably true. Like I'm thinking about like Facebook. I think Facebook and like MySpace was squares.
This is the house where we live that we're in right now. The house for rent is the house for rent down the street. And we've had flyers up in town and a couple of the, we put up physical 8.5 by 11 flyers in the town's community post boards, where you put a pen in it and stick it up there. And they've been up there for a while. We only got one call.
Yeah.
And I talked to the guy. I met with him this morning. I don't really think they can afford it because they're trying to sort of negotiate a lower rent or something. No, because he also said when I talked to him that it's basically impossible to find any rental up here. So I suspect we'll be able to get our asking price for it if we're patient a bit.
Yeah.
Have you heard the saying, the bigger the panza, the better the chanza? I've never heard that saying. What is a panza? Is it a half panda, half zebra? Half panda, half zebra. The panza is one of Africa's most intriguing species.
It's a bear, but it only eats bamboo.
Not the panza.
Oh, the panza doesn't?
Panza grazes like a zebra.
Oh, the panza grazes like a zebra.
It looks like a panda, but grazes like a zebra. Tuhuela particular is here, and I was watching some more of the interview of me on your channel earlier. I'm working through it bit by bit. Yes, correct. Premium Roadstar. Well, we haven't rented it yet. We're trying to rent it.
Yeah, we're trying to rent it. Higher asking, while no guaranteed dyes tend to weed out some of the riffraff too. Nothing like checking in on your place to find that it's trash. Yeah, that's probably true too. That it will like weed out some of the riffraffs.
No one needs anything from you. Just follow the God by Islam's rules to be happy. Away from the hell to paradise. Wow. It's just that easy. You also interviewed Jack from WSS. I hope I can publish it soon. I hope you can too. No one answered previously, but still curious. Sum your fave millennial linguals new group. Lingos. Millennial lingos. Lingos. Millennial lingos. What are some millennial lingos? How about this?
This.
I will remember your words well. Unlikely that I will. But it's conceivable that I'll remember them well. I generally don't even remember interesting words that well. You bussin'? Is that a millennial
I don't remember
thing?
that. I've never used that. What about like when did like original OG like come into effect? Original gangsta. Is that Gen X?
Probably.
Yeah.
But millennials get credit for lots of Gen X stuff, so it's fine. We don't care.
No, it's not fine. I don't like it.
Chillax, okay.
Chillax.
Crunk.
This sounds like Gen X though.
No, crunk is millennial.
I don't remember crunk. I've never used crunk.
It's like it means like combination of things including drunk or something.
Oh.
Like that. Chillax is a good term. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think the millennials bothered to coin a whole
No,
bunch of
I don't think we
phrases.
did.
I was thinking more about our conversation the other day about the last decade to have actually its own fashion style, whether that was the I think it was the 90s, and I think the 90s fashion style is basically the Gap.
The Gap is. Oh my God, you're so right. My
And,
aunt worked at the Gap in the 90s.
and the whole 90s style, the Gap thing, which is mostly, that's more of a, the millennials more own that probably. Well, I guess that would be later 90s. But regardless, it's the whole idea of it is okay, let's make sure there's nothing about how I'm dressing that's costumey at all.
Yeah.
It's a rejection of costuminess.
Yeah.
Costuminess of the 70s, the costuminess of the 80s, we're rejecting it.
Yes. Jeans and t-shirts, the way to go.
But, looking neat.
Yeah. Like a baby tee with maybe just the logo says Gap on it, established 1969.
Whatever they were wearing in Friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is so unmemorable, right? You don't remember the clothes they wore in Friends.
No. Button ups, flannel. I remember like the baby tees that Rachel used to wear. That's it really though.
I mean, I think bad equals good is like a Michael Jackson era thing. No, I won't remember your words, okay? Muhammad Abu Al Qasim, will you remember my words? And if so, why are you going to remember the specific words that I say? Is it because I've said something insightful, something you need to know, or is it because I've spewed random religious shit at you? You tell me. Oh, random religious shit? Okay. Once you've come to Jesus and been saved, then finally you'll stop being going to hell. Because right now you're being going straight to hell. Because you know why? You haven't accepted Christ as your Lord and Savior. Well, to Huela particular, what you're cueing in on is the certain values perhaps that he's upholding or projecting or whatever, but you're not cueing in on how he's actually paying attention, which is generating words. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of words. Yeah, actually, I did read something about Islam one time. It was a wonderful occasion. I was like, let me pull up a random Quran quote, and you know what it said? Something along the lines of this: do you think Allah needs your help in convincing others? He does not. So take that to heart, Muhammad Abu Al Qasim. Do you think Allah needs your help convincing me? He does not. So take that to heart, motherfucker.
I'm making some Indian food. Would you like some?
Yes.
Okay.
He does words in an SE way. What do you mean by that? I mean, you say, is it possible? What does that mean? Do you mean something specific by that? You mean he talks about SE things? I agree. History's rich with periods of fashions and fads. What I'm saying is that in the status quo, this time of this moment in history's progression, everything is referential to previous stuff, and nothing's trying to be like, now I'm defining the 2020s. The 2000s, the 2010s, the 2020s, they all mush together in terms of what the fashion is, right? Smokes pretty good. So this is the trial buds that I dried overnight under some lights. They're not perfectly dry because the stem doesn't snap, and if you pull off the stem, it's still wet in your fingers. It's not ideal smoking conditions, but it's pretty close. I'm gonna have an alla snack bar packed with good nutrients. Alla snack bar. It's got peanuts inside of it. Alla snack bar is a great name for a candy bar. It has like peanuts and pork. All a snack bar. Hilarious. Thank you, my darling.
You're welcome, my handsome.
It's like, what's that stuff that you eat that's like pasta and sauce, but it's got alphabet letters? Anyway. A snack bar could have like pictures of Muhammad imprinted in it out of nougat. You know? That would help. Alphabet soup? Is that what it is? I guess so, yeah. For some reason I thought it was more complicated than that. On one side of the candy bar, it's got the face of Muhammad, respectfully drawn in nougat, and on the back of the Allah snack bar, it's got a picture of Muhammad flying to the moon on a magic donkey. Now less halal. Now with even more halal. What is halal good or bad? Which is one that means like not good. We wanted to say good. Now even more, yeah. Well, we'll put on as a tagline of Allah snack bar, respectfully yours. Halal is good. Okay, so it'll also say on now even more halal. Respectfully produced by Christians as a bridge to our Muslim brethren. You put that on there. If we ask the following question, what would Muhammad do? And the other following question, what would Jesus do?
Oh.
And the answers conflict.
Oh, no.
Who should we listen to?
That's a really good question.
Mm-hmm. If we tossed in all of the other big name religious figures, who do you think should win? You mean Pele, the goddess of fire, is a dark horse winner of this race? What about baby on board bumper stickers? I mean, your baby's not going to be a baby for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty soon it'll be a toddler.
True.
Before you know it, it's not even going to be in a car seat.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still going to have a baby on board sticker.
Do you think people keep it on purpose so that Do people think that there's a baby on board?
I don't know, but I'm picturing this kid getting dropped off at 8th grade and everyone going, "Hey, look, okay, everybody, safe. The baby's out of the car now." And
Oh.
I'm not a baby. That's not what your bumper sticker says. For my little sister. You don't have a little sister, you liar. All right, I will sing some Michael Jackson for you. Mm-hmm. Tell me why? Tell me why? When anything. You are bad. You're bad. You know it. Who's bad? It's Premium Rose Star. Dirty Diana, please.
It's Indian food. Tikka dal or something.
It needs to dial it down a little bit because the heat.
Spices.
Huh?
That's why I put so much salt in it.
That's a spicy meatball.
Mm-hmm.
Who owns whose butt? I own Rachel's butt.
Yep.
She owns mine.
Yep.
It's fair trade
Definitely.
of deeds.
Definitely.
Effinin Yasi. How do you make the U sound when it's got an umlaut over it? E. Is it G? Yasi. I see Turkey loves Palestine. Does Palestine love Turkey back? Palestine's just not that into you. I'm sorry to break the news.
I like that. It sounds like a good 80s song.
Yeah. Let's see what this question is about that you're saying here. Premium Roast. Are we making assumptions on who is Christian? Because if he's a decent guy and he doesn't care that I need to be taken care of, will he unconditionally take care of me without being mean to me? That's what you're looking for in a guy? You want to be a trad wife? You want to be a stay-at-home girlfriend / fiance? I saw a video on this genre of thing called stay-at-home girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's basically they brag about how they don't have to do anything. I don't know. And I thought, oh, I guess Rachel's kind of one of those things. You know, I'm kind of one of those things too. But
don't brag.
No, we don't brag about it. But I'm saying, like, the lady was talking about how, the thing about it is, everybody feels like, wouldn't it be nice to just be able to stay home and do what you want all the time? It made me feel a little bit guilty, like, oh, maybe I'm not appreciating enough my life as a trad wife. We're trad wives.
Yeah, we are trad wives.
We're sister wives.
We're sister wives.
Mm-hmm. Trouble's the husband.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got him pretty whipped. Do you know the YouTubers Ava and Preach? No. I do not know Ava and Preach. Eric baked some muffins this morning. I did not bake any muffins this morning. If you want a good life partner, having one that shares your values goes a long way to having a happier and more fulfilling relationship. Rachel, do we share values?
I think so. I definitely think so.
Can you name one value we share?
Not cheating.
Fidelity.
Fidelity, yeah.
I think that would be the best word for the value we both uphold there.
Mm-hmm. Respect. Listening to each other.
Listening. Communication.
Yeah.
It's true. Good music.
Good music. Mm-hmm.
And being music snobs.
Yeah.
I uphold it maybe a little more vigorously than you.
Yes.
You're a little bit more like, try to be nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what kind of artificial intelligence has been trying to hook me up with, but it just has been a bunch of things I'm not interested in. Well, you're here. Is it because your artificial intelligence directed you here? If so, let's give that artificial intelligence a pat on the back. If it is instead the alternative to what artificial intelligence is trying to get you to, say, more of this kind of stuff, AI, and feed it information about me. I want my YouTubers to be either Eric all the time or someone who's trying to be as much like Eric as possible. Ruben and Acacia, hello, how are you?
Do you guys share each other's butts? Like, own each other's butts? Like, does the Acacia own your butt, and do you own her butt?
In other words, are you reciprocal butt property?
Yeah, yeah. That's what we were talking about before, and Acacia put a question mark.
Sometimes YouTube is just the better choice. You are absolutely right. Having a person who shares values is important. Sometimes you don't find out the values until you are deep in the relationship, unfortunately. And the thing about, I think the number one value that Rachel and I both share that operates on a day to day basis is a value on preserving, like, preserving doing what we feel like right now, sometimes at the expense of doing something else we might feel like doing. You know, it's like, I mean, by that I mean, we both value open ended time frames.
Yeah, we do. Like,
When are we gonna go to the store? Well, there's no reason to nail down a specific time. I mean, let's be flexible here. Marine biologist Fabio could steal Rachel. Do you think marine
no,
biologist
he's a marine
Fabio?
biologist? No, he couldn't steal me. I'm not stealable.
Not even by the captain, Derek Jeter.
No, not even by the captain, Derek Jeter.
All right, that's good news. So it's like there's a fair amount of day-to-day stuff, values that I think are more. I mean, they're the big things are obviously super important too, but like the shared value of fidelity, that doesn't play out as having any impact in any given moment, except that we grow increasingly trusting of each other. Because I think we realize that there's we're not neither party is the cheaty type, you know. But
No, you're not going upstairs.
values
no, trouble.
that
You are so bad.
so anyway, values that play out on a day-to-day thing is like chores. Rachel and I both like to do chores when we feel like doing it at our discretion, whatever, and we don't want somebody looking over our shoulders about it. No, she's trying to preserve Capio's space. So Trouble likes to go wherever Capio is and make it so that she's not comfortable where she is because he's gonna try to encroach on. He's fucking Putin. He's like, and now your Crimea is mine. Now your Donetsk and Luhansk are mine. Right. Well, the house doesn't get that messy. Um, you know, if I want to clean, I clean. If I want to, if the dishes are dirty and I want them cleaned, I'll clean them myself. If not, I'll wait and Rachel will probably clean them.
No, don't you dare.
You know, we do have our respective jobs that we kind of understand each other as doing, but but there's no scorekeeping. Like, you know, I'm not noticing whether or not she did the laundry or is doing the dishes or anything like that at all. And yeah, tried sister wives don't keep score. We don't keep score at all. And if I want Rachel to do something then I'll just ask her to do it. Like, hey Rachel, could you at your convenience maybe get around to meowing? That almost never happens. Rachel does that for me some more, and I appreciate it when she does because it's usually some task that she only does it when there's some task that we really need to get to. It's time sensitive that I may or may not have forgotten about. I've never been a traditional sister wife or involved in a polygamorous relationship or marriage. Well, Rachel's and I is what's called a poly sister relationship. Two sisters, bi sister. It's just us two. But since we're both trad wives, you know, there's an implied husband who doesn't exist. Oh, he was scorekeeping, huh? So how did that play out? No, I'm sleeping with my sister wife. Okay, Gator. I mean, I wouldn't even. I wouldn't have been aware that she needed to do it today. Shit gets done when it gets done. I don't keep track of what she's doing like that.
I
When do
I
I
agree.
do I bust your chops about
You
chores
don't.
at all?
No, ever. I bust myself about chores, so and they get done. I don't really need Eric to be like up my butt about chores because they might get done slow, but they get done.
Yeah. Sometimes I drag my feet about chores for a long time. Like how often do I sweep? Not that often. How often do I mop? Even less often than that.
And I don't even think that's not even on my mind.
Plus back. I mean, like I know this carpet around here. I need to sprinkle some baking soda, vacuum it up.
Mm.
It's starting to smell like gamey, like Eric sits here all the time.
I do think that we have to go to the supermarket soon, unfortunately. Not to like I'm not saying today, but
Well, I got you. That's what I kept hoping about this guy that I met about 2.5 to 3 years ago. It will soon be that he wasn't really married, but he is. That last sentence, I'm having a little trouble
yeah,
understanding.
me too.
I think you mean it seemed to be he told you he wasn't married, but it turns out he is.
Oh,
I don't know how older women are supposed to go into a relationship now without a man thinking that she wants something from him when she has nothing. Well, it's the first one, G. It's the first one with an S. Um, I don't know. What I believed when Rachel and I got together was that I guess I believed that she wanted to be with that she. I mean, eventually, just believed she wanted to be with me. When we first got together, it was kind of volatile at the beginning, but at no point did I think she was trying to. She was with me because she wanted something. Because anytime she had her doubts about whether she wanted to be with me, she'd be like, "That's it, I'm leaving," and that was a bit of a problem at the beginning. But you know, sometimes with good cause, I guess.
it wasn't never like because of you. It was because like I would be insecure thinking that there's someone better for him out there and that I wasn't good enough. So I was like, honestly, this is when I was like really looking into astrology and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, there are so many other people who are better suited for Eric astrology astrologically. I must not we must not be compatible. Like so I would be like down on myself and I like really thought that he could do better than me.
Well, I was shocked that I like you so much because I always had thought I need a Cancer, either a Cancer or a Scorpio. That's the right fit for me. I'm not going to ever be content with anybody other than a Cancer or maybe a Scorpio. But you instead are a sea goat.
Mm-hmm.
And I had long thought sea goats and Taurus, bulls and sea goats don't go together. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of conflict because they can't even decide whether they should be in the ocean or on the land.
Hmm.
But turns out that despite being a sea goat, Rachel is a fellow land animal. She chose, I guess, to embrace the goat side of sea goat, the side of the sea goat that stands on top of mountains and chews grass. So anyway, it's been a shocker to both of us because I also checked my I Ching, and it said that you're a bending reed,
Mm-hmm.
whereas I'm a fluttering willow,
Oh,
and those two types are not compatible.
really?
Plus, I checked my Confucian compatibility types, and I'm a woven basket. You're a tea ceremony, and one like earthy, and it supposedly don't go together. Because if
Oh.
the theory is, if the emperor were sitting there and he was having a tea ceremony, and he saw that woven basket, it would mean that some clumsy worker had not taken away their tool, and somebody would be executed.
I want to.
So that's very bad
Oh
luck,
no! My God,
according to
that's
Confucius.
serious.
According to Confucius, very bad luck.
Wow.
Yeah. On the other hand, Lao Tzu, in his compatibility book, um, Supple Reed Moving Stream, um, says that you are actually a tiger in that system, which
Wow, it's different than
surprising, yeah, and because you're the only such animal in the whole system from Lao Tzu.
Oh, really?
All the rest of them are like ladybug pondering and stuff like that. But I am known as dirt in Lao Tzu's. And the thing is, tigers and dirt actually get along well.
Oh, do they?
Because that's where tigers go to sleep, is on the dirt. So they are supposed to find my type super comforting. I will see my second husband once the house got paid off and there was no bills. Then he wanted divorced and I used my YouTube money to help pay for the house, paid off early. He made double payments. Once he got his retirement benefits, then he wanted divorce and the house was paid off as well. He didn't want me around anymore. Well, you should be able to get a good divorce settlement given those facts. Hopefully you got a good divorce settlement. Only if you add water, Gator. Only if you add water.
So, like, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez, like, she filed for divorce and they said no prenup, which I wasn't surprised that there was no prenup. But it also said that there was no settlements. What does that mean?
It means it was just cut and dry. Nobody gets anything. Divorce.
Really?
They must not have owned anything collectively.
Oh.
But in the Hindu compatibility system, he's a six-armed elephant.
Mm-hmm.
She's a bitch.
Oh.
So those presumably are not that compatible.
They're not?
No. Elephants and bitches aren't that compatible. Namaste. Namaste, 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 namaste. You know what that means? It means, how's it going? What's up? How do you do? I'm from India, so are you. That's what it means in Indian talk. What else would you like to know about today, everybody? Would you like to know the truth about something that you believe the lies of the world are hiding? Because I am an unveiler of truths. You're 3/5 of a human, Broccoli Todd? What are the other 2/5? I don't object to a man who is religious by any means, but the thing is he doesn't have to be religious because I will talk about religion, but I don't feel like I want to be forced to go to church. Well, you should not be forced to go to church. You should not try to date guys, therefore, who have Christianity as a prerequisite for what they're looking for. You know, you might find a lot of guys out there, premium rose star, who are looking for a virgin in the Christian community. You, I'm sure, are very, very virtuous, but having been married already, are not. I can pretty confidently say you are not a virgin. The other 2/5 is broccoli. Hi, simple girl. Broccoli's hot is 3/5 human, 2/5 broccoli. I should have been able to guess that. It was dumb of me not to be able to see that, Ruben R. It's right there in his name. Thank you for pointing out the obvious to me. I guess I'm getting old, losing it a bit. I didn't pick up on that. I'm sorry to hear that, Premium Rose Star. Sounds like you were treated unfairly. And really, quite betrayed. You were counting on and assuming continuity, and once he no longer had use for you, that continuity ended. You know, my old boss tried to do that. Tried to get me to make all the curriculum, all the program architecture, hire all the personnel, get everything rolling exactly as cleanly as it possibly could, and then make up bullshit to try to fire me. Well, you know what? It did not serve her well in the end. Just like your ex-husband. He's going to be old and sad and alone, and he'll only have himself to blame. And every time he tries to contact you, you tell him, you are a shameless piece of shit. Thank you for your contact. I love reminding you of this periodically. Fuck off. My former boss was an ENTJ. Basically, Premium Rose Star, you want Rachel's gig. It's a good gig.
Being married to the love of your life.
Being a trad wife, like me.
I feel like I'm a terrible trad wife because.
What are you talking about? What are trad wives supposed to be like? I thought it just
like
means
cooking.
You're plenty trad wife. It's like if I'm all, hey, I really want to go into town today. You're always going to be like, okay, all right, let me get ready.
Yeah, I just have to get ready.
You know, you're very cooperative. I'm also trying to be very attentive to not asking things of you that I don't think you're going to actually want to do or whatever. Because I do understand, I think I know the things that you've got. I think I know your limits. You've got a limited capacity for this much meh, this much meh, this much meagity, and this much meow.
Yeah.
All right. So I've learned over the years what you like to be included with me in and what you less like to be included in. So I think I do a good job of knowing how to meow.
You do.
Oh, so you don't want to rob the cradle, Premium Rose Star? That's what you're saying? Well, I did sort of rob the cradle, I guess. I don't know. Rachel's 14 years younger than me, but she is pushing 40 years old.
Yeah.
And she was 34 when we got together, you know, so.
Yeah. It's not really. I'm not a kid.
No, but I read an article the other day. I thought this was interesting. It said that people don't age on a gradual slope. Like from, you know, once you, let's say adulthood, you hit 25, you start At that point, you're done growing up and you just start slowly growing older, right? You imagine from 25 to 80, in terms of your body's youthfulness, it goes like this gradually down to zero when you die. No, it does not. It stays the same from 25 until 40, and then it goes like this. And then it stays the same until 60, and then goes like this.
Oh, really?
And then it stays the same until 75 and goes like this.
Wow.
Which I found very interesting.
That is interesting.
So I can expect you to age about like 5 years and right around age 40.
Yeah, it's happening.
You think
It's
you're
starting
happening?
to.
Yeah? Starting to age a lot?
I feel the bodily changes.
G, I want you to use this language. I'm different, I'm special, and that's okay.
Yeah, Jay.
I'm different, I'm special, and that's okay. I really feel like artificial intelligence or there's an entity that is trying to get me married off to something or someone and they're doing a lousy job.
Really? Artificial? Wait, like ChatGPT?
Well, you know, Premium Rose Star. You could have me interview you about something and upload the video, and then some various dudes might hit on you or something.
Yeah, that definitely could happen.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, Premium Rose Star. That's definitely a deal breaker. The old physical violence. I've never been physically violent with Rachel.
No.
Anything of the sort.
Not even close.
I have on occasion been like, Rachel! You know, maybe, hey, you know what, lady? You're all right.
That's what it is to be.
Those are some of the things I might say. You're not going to go with a 30-something man?
Not all 30-year-old men are like that.
Rachel was 34 when I got with her. But also, you know, I wasn't looking to be judgy about a person's circumstances. I was ultimately looking for somebody. I mean, I may have even thought at the time when I was looking to get laid or something, but I just kind of fell head over heels in love with her.
Me too.
It's me, Haley Smith. I don't know if I'm the famous Eric, but I am an Eric. I'm the Eric with 4 people watching this, so I'm obviously not very famous.
I think you're the famous Eric.
I caught wind that something was said that I could go live someplace else and he could move back in the house. Oh. I'm not suggesting you get back together with him. Don't misunderstand me, Premium Roaster. Okay? I do not suggest you get back with your ex. I can't even conceive of hitting Rachel. It's so strange a thought. I kind of picture myself hitting it. I just like appalled by the very. It's just hard. It appalls me to even like muster up the thought. Is it a streamer self-esteem thing? Only a few acts of people no good. Well, I mean that's part of the topic of this video actually, and I kind of went over it earlier. That I feel as though YouTube is much more positive for me in my ongoing failure than it would have been if things had gone differently, you know? Like Right now, I'm having one of these days where I get almost no people here. That happens sometimes. It doesn't. It doesn't negatively impact me that much right now. Um, and it impacts me less in general than it probably would somebody else because I've experienced so many instances of these ups and downs, and one day 60, the other day 5, you know. I don't quite know what to make of it, except that I just think, well, if I'm in the mood to live stream and the chat's active enough to keep me in that mood, that's all that really matters. And if I'm not, then it might be because the chat's not active enough, in which case I'll wrap it up. I mean, it's always going to make somebody who's live streaming, putting out content or whatever, feel vulnerable to some extent if they're not getting any response for it, because it's like holding a party, putting out invitations for it, and nobody shows up, right? Obviously, I'm not sending out invitations, but same basic feelings or potential. I'm much less vulnerable though to that, uh, like thinking low numbers are indicative of something about me or making too much of anything either way. Like the other day when I had really good numbers, I also didn't make too much of that. It was nice. It did tend to keep me from ending, right? I'd go to end the stream and I'd look and I'd say like, well, there's 35 people here right now. I might as well just keep it going. Do I work in the medical field? No. Do I have insight into that information? I just read an article. I started getting old, aging aches and pains when I was in my late 30s and early 40s. Well, that makes sense. What is really sad is that there, or I get that stuff just without any pictures. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's that coming from?
Oh, it's at the neighbor's house there because
There or there?
there.
Oh, there.
Because they're blowing it because they're trying to sell their house.
Yes, they are. We're trying to rent our house, so.
Yes, we are. What is really sad is that there are I get that stuff just without any pictures. I do not understand that. Green screen, funny commentary, panels, random folk. Trust me. Do politics. I see. I not a terrible idea. I probably wouldn't hate doing some political videos, uploads, what have you. In anticipation of the political season, I could try to do. I don't know. Yeah, I might. I'm not necessarily against it, but I'm not. It's still not going to be the kind of politics people necessarily want to watch or typically do watch. Let's move away. That loudness is annoying me. Too much loudness makes Eric an annoyed boy. Well, people and their loudness is need to get out of here. How about here? I'm still here, but it's not as bad. Hopefully they'll stop soon. Well, I hear your words, G. I hear them. I hear them with my ears and I see them with my eyes. I read them with my mouth. I live it like my life. But if there's one thing I do every single day, I get up and say, what would Boba Fett want me to do today?
That's a good question.
And then I practice pucker tart lemon squeeze. That's something my mom told me in the past 2 years before she died. She said, my dad never hit her. My dad never hit my mom either. My Mom's biological father hit my grandmother, my mom's biological mother, and she left him. My mom had a memory of the days after the split, the big fight at the night of the split, the days after, and my grandmother wearing big dark glasses.
Wow. It's dramatic.
Yeah. Then he died in a drunk driving accident. Yes, but you're right. Sometimes people do ask for things. Like you asked for that.
Ooh. People don't ask for that. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, nobody asks to be subjected to violence.
Mm-mm.
And it's never an acceptable thing to engage in because it's, I mean, at that point, you're not dealing with somebody who you can assume that you can at least continue to try to communicate with. Because as soon as they use violence, they've ceased to engage in communication and destroy the foundation from which all communication is made possible, namely the trust that you're not going to get hit or something.
Yeah.
So, obviously, no. Kids say the darndest things. Harper, you are from Northern Ireland. That is much further north than Southern Ireland. Well, I know I made a channel at the beginning of YouTube, and it became my livelihood at one point because the money was really good with advertising on the videos. I understand how you feel because I had close to 2,400,000 subscribers. You mean 240,000 subscribers? Or, I don't know. 2,400,000 subscribers would be 2.4 million subscribers, I think, but right, well, if you get enough views on your channel and you got enough subs and you're getting paid at the premium rate, then you can easily enough make your living on YouTube, but I definitely can't. Unless Rachel and I could live on $100 a month. We just have to cut back on a few things. Like absolutely everything all the way. If we had to live at $100 a month.
Yeah. Oh, Wi-Fi. Oh.
Right. Well, there's if you lose your YouTube income, there's no like getting unemployment or anything.
No.
So it's not a good way to. It's not a reliable income. If you get big enough to make a lot of money at it, you should definitely try to put a lot of it away, invest it. Not it. There are too many little flies out here.
There really are.
You know where they need to go?
Oh, look at the daddy long legs. They're back in
Are they
there.
doing that again?
No, they're not. They're not. They're just hanging out.
Just two of them. I saw a bunch of them in an earlier stream too that was over there.
Really?
Can you hold this for a second? Mm-hmm. If you'd like to have a sip of it, you're welcome to.
Thank you.
The comments must be late from when you made the remarks because it was related to those young foreign men pretty much giving me marriage proposals for citizenship. I'm not sure what you mean. Right, you might need to fast forward.
Look at those daddy long legs. Oh, his little flies.
You might not be caught up with the now. That happens to me sometimes. If I have it going in another thing, it starts to fall behind. Thank you. Can you open the door?
Sure.
Thanks. Baljit Sandhu. Hello. WDH. Hi. How's it going? And what do you know? My name's Eric, and I'm a big hoe.
No.
All right, fair enough. I was lying. Here's Johnny says, no biggie, I had a tarantula problem. Like, they kept crawling on your face while you were asleep, or what? That would be a tarantula problem.
That would be.
I'm going over here, guys. You know why? I'm going to turn on this light. Now, oh God. Put down your drink, dumbass.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Premium Rose Star says, why does it seem like your wife looks different from the other day? That other lady wasn't my wife. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
She may be wearing different clothes. Maybe she didn't have makeup on or something.
I'm probably wearing different clothes.
You might have makeup on today and not the other day.
Yeah, there's chance of that, definitely. I am wearing makeup today. I could have been not wearing makeup the other day.
Oh, that lady, that was my sister. Juliana. Juliana, yeah, she's my sister. I never mentioned her before because she's my half sister. Okay, stepsister. Before my dad married my mom, but after he had me, he was briefly married to another lady, and it was her daughter. So that's who that was. Do we pay tax on cars bought privately? No, I don't think so. I mean, it depends on the seller. The private seller could try to charge that, but and say I'm planning on reporting this sale to the state of California and paying tax on it. They might have to. I don't know. The DMV could enforce that. I haven't sold a car. I haven't either bought or sold a car in a private sale in a long time. Eric, have you seen the Turkish shooter in the Olympics? It became a meme.
Shooter, what? Like the guns?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like shoot at the target, you can hit it the most.
I remember seeing a little bit of that.
It's like that at that event in the Winter Olympics where they ski and shoot at things, except without the skiing.
Yeah, that's right.
Sportsman.
He's became a meme. Why is he a meme?
Is it because he was very good at it? Did you guys all cheer and cheer and cheer? Olympics is just a money racket. Now, it may be a money racket, but it's not just a money racket. It's also an entertaining viewing experience.
I watched more Olympics with you than I ever have before. It was so much fun. Honestly, I miss it. It was fun, like, watching with you.
Well, Premium Rose Star, your first mistake was self-identifying as white. I don't. I'm fluidly transracial. So, as a fellow black man, I can say your husband's wrong to hate you. Okay? I'm African American black, and I don't hate Rachel even when she's white.
It's true.
I don't know what race she is. I've never asked, but thanks, Keck. I am, after all, this woman's sister wife. Because we are both trad wives.
We're both trad wives. Mm-hmm. It's true, though.
We're sister trad wives.
Yeah, we are.
To a domineering but fair implied husband that we both kind of roll our eyes at sometimes because he tells us like, which one of you left this hair in the drain? And we go, I'm sorry, Dawn. Right? So it is, yeah.
See, I was thinking that we were just two trad wives living together, but
Well, we are. We are just two trad wives living together.
I
But the
didn't
thing
know.
is, to be two trad wives, we need to have an implied trad husband named Dawn.
Oh, we do?
He never actually comes home, but we live as though he existed. And, I say, don't forget, Dawn's coming home soon, and he might bust you for not having your hair looking good.
You do remind me of that.
So that's why we need Dawn. Would I marry Rachel if she was black woman? I didn't know what race she was when I married her. I don't believe I ever asked your race.
Me, no. I didn't ask you either, though.
Yeah.
But I guess I don't think I knew. I didn't know that you were transracial until we got together.
What happened, Premium Roadstar? You sound like a real case study for what's her name's video? Ferg is
Ferg, yeah.
Tiffany Ferg, right? Tiffany Ferg.
Yep.
There was a day after we'd been together for at least 2 years, I would say, that Rachel said, "Do you know how tall I am?" And I said, "No." I had no. How tall are you?
Even though the physical the difference is there.
I didn't really notice it.
No.
But she said she's 5'2". I said, "Oh. Well." There you go.
Yeah.
So obviously I didn't ask her how tall she was. I also didn't ask her what race she was. But I did need to know how old she was.
Yes.
Because she had to be at least 30 or else I'd be subject to too much cradle robbing bullshit.
Yeah.
As it is, I'm subject to plenty of it. Because
we're so old. Like, we're not young.
It seems to be tapered off a bit. I guess maybe the peak of the, like, how old are you? Well, we still get it plenty.
Yeah.
We still get, like, is that your dad?
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
It's true that I'm so tall that I don't really notice the difference between 5 foot and 5'5", and
True.
It's just I only notice height if somebody's taller than me. Then I think you're gonna get shorter right now.
Oh.
You're out of my way. How dare you be taller than me?
Thanks, Brett Cesar.
I'm a beautiful trans woman, which is what Keck calls women working in the transportation industry, such as bus drivers, airplane pilots, flight attendants. Who else works in the transportation industry? Subway token admission takers. Various other things. No, Eric, you are a man of God. I am a man of God. But I'm not sure what you're saying that suggests, what that says about me. Does it mean that I am not a trans woman? That just means that I'm not a female who drives a bus. Okay? And nothing to do with God. God wouldn't care if I drove a bus. He'd be fine with it. I'm confident. Don't you think God would be okay with it if I took a job as a bus driver?
Sure.
I think he'd be fine with it.
Brett
Cesar, what do you have against bus drivers? What is your beef against bus drivers?
It's not an easy job.
I guess in Turkey, bus driver must be like a low-class job or something. Well, in America, we respect our hardworking bus drivers. Am I a Trans Am man? I'm not. I don't really like cars very much. But I do have a car. I mean, it's not like I dislike cars. I'm not into cars at all, My car is a Mini Cooper. It's 4-door. It's a stick shift. I also have another car, a little wilderness car. It's called a Kawasaki Mule. Deluxe Ranch Edition Muni. So, let's go look at it. Let's go look with our eyes, touch with our fingers, hear with our ears, and admire with our vision. You might say, isn't that the same as your eyes? No. Vision includes your intuition and your eyes. I'll bring this so I can read any new chats should they erupt from the volcano of the interwebs. What day of the week is it? It is it Thursday? Is it the 22nd? Thursday the 22nd. Let's pretend it's Thursday the 22nd. Here it is. The Mule Pro FXT Ranch Edition. And you'll note, additionally, that it has power steering and 4x4. 4x4, what does this mean, you might think? It means it has 4-wheel drive, but you can turn it on and off. You could have it be 2-wheel drive, or you could have it be 4-wheel drive. People alone talking to themselves, does it mean they're crazy? It doesn't mean I'm crazy that I'm alone talking to myself right now. Because there are actually a few people here, but even if there were 0 people here, it still would not be an indication of craziness. I am nobody's grandfather. I have a daughter but no grandchildren. So, anyway, this little wilderness car here of mine, it has a back part. And I've never done it before. Maybe we could try doing it right now. But apparently, this whole thing tips up so you can dump stuff out all the way. I wonder how it works. Oh, sure, you might be saying, Eric, shouldn't you wait for Cameron to help you with this? Are you sure you know what you're doing? No, I'm sure I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how to do this. But Cameron tells me it is possible to do that. So, I'm just kind of looking around to see if maybe I could figure out how to do it. I don't see anything at the moment that's being very helpful regarding that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to tilt it up. There's an owner's manual. I could look it up. That seems like now we're talking about a lot of hassle. How do you open this up? It's a mystery. It's a mystery that will never be solved. Another thing this car has on it that I've never used before is this. It's a winch. Not a serving winch, who with her boosted bust and bosom bountifully a-bouncing carries mugs of ale in either hand. No, not that kind of winch. This kind of winch, it's a pulling thing. It pulls. So, like, you attach that hook there to something that you want to pull towards you, and you just pull it towards you. course. The reality is you're more likely to attach it to something that's not going to move because you've fallen into a ditch and you want to pull yourself out of the ditch. It's a winch, not a winch, correct. Thank you for giving me the heads up that there was in fact a spelling distinction between the two. I wasn't sure if there was. Didn't occur to me to even think of it really, but I wonder if you would have asked me the question if I would have gotten the answer right. I do not know. If I were trying to write it, I probably would have spelled it. I think I would have spelled it right without thinking about it either way. But I guess now we'll never know because I learned something today that I might maybe have not known how to spell winch. Which one? Well, that's the thing. If you don't know how to spell one of them, you don't really know how to spell either of them. That's not true, Eric. If you spell them both, you spell one of them correctly. Right, but you're not knowing that it's the E instead of the I, which just means you're not making the distinction, which means you're kind of spelling it wrong because you're not spelling it with the knowledge that there is an alternate spelling for the other kind of winch. So don't try to pretend you're spelling them both the same way it counts as spelling one of them correctly. I think he's gone into a character. I do that a lot. Not really a character, it's just sort of me riffing on shit, having fun, making jokes, talking about whatever, making up little stories in my head and saying them with my mouth. These things I do. Do I see your messages? I see your messages, at least that one. Why not? I am on top messages. All messages. Here we go. So, depends on the amount of chat I get, obviously. If I have a lot of chat, there's a lot more to respond to, so I'm probably on topic more. In other words, my words are more responsive to something that somebody said. You ever just have fun rambling your thoughts all the time? Because that's a lot of fun too, and it just makes people think you're crazy, which is funny. Well, I don't particularly want people to think I'm crazy, but I hope that people who stumble in might happen to enjoy some of my ideational flights of fancy. Obviously, if I'm engaging in them in that moment, then I'm feeling like I'm enjoying them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. How much is this car worth? I would say about $10,000, probably. Maybe a little less. I mean, I don't know. Car values have kind of gone up. It's hard to find a car for less than 10 grand these days. Yeah, but it was only 12 grand when I bought it. It's 10 years old, so it's not a spring chicken. It's got 130,000 miles on it. I have replaced the clutch recently, though. I know, it's always resets to top messages. It looks nice, right? I like the way it looks. I like the license plate on it. I have a personalized license plate. It says TWFP for the YouTube channel, You're watching this in the short speed? Cool. Well, that validates me putting hashtag shorts in the title, I guess. It is a manual. It is a stick shift, yes. And it's fun enough to drive. That's fine. It is fun to drive, I guess. But it's also the case that if you have experience driving a two-door Mini Cooper, do not imagine in your head this car is anywhere close to as sporty as that car. The four doors are much less sporty than the two doors. Rachel can drive, but she doesn't drive stick shift, so basically no. The only stick shift she drives is her husband's. If you want to find real people to watch on YouTube, the place to do it is in the shorts feed. I am a real person, so is my wife Rachel. Together, we comprise two real people. Well, she's got neuropathy. I don't think she feels particularly enthusiastic about the idea. Her neuropathy is worse than mine, so it's like mine's not bad enough to impact things like driving or walking or anything really. I have a little bit of numbness in a couple of spots, but I think hers is a little worse than that, maybe even quite a bit worse. So I respect her erring on the side of caution. And Rachel, in general, is a very cautious person. She errs on the side of caution in many, if not most, if not all things, which I appreciate because I could be a little incautious sometimes. I wouldn't say reckless anymore, I mean, not lately anyway. I, I, but I am prone to imprudent things. Just knowing how Rachel is, getting that having learned that she's softer, fragile, and than me in general, and that she, in certain specific things, has this amount of tolerance, other things, this amount of tolerance, etc. Um, I just try to be smart about what I ask Rachel to do with me and what I say, I think I should do this by myself. And things sometimes, like things that are a hassle, I probably want to do it by myself. Like if I was just going to Oakland to get mushrooms or something without any other purpose to go there, I would probably prefer Rachel not go with me because it's going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to be annoying. And if Rachel's with me, I have to not only be concerned about how or if I'm finding this annoying, I got to be worried about Rachel finding it annoying too. Put a couple of these leaves here. Don't need to be here, I don't think. This one, this one, this one. So I did a trial bud or two from this plant earlier. Took a small branch from below with, um, you know, few small buds on it, and it's not ready yet. It's not. It's good already, but it's not done by any stretch of the imagination. It needs at least a couple more weeks. This one's the one that's furthest along. And I may have it pegged right as middle of September, which would be more like 3 weeks, coming up on 4 weeks, but more like 3. So that's kind of cool. I'm looking forward to this harvest a great deal because it'll give me fresh weed instead of old stale weed. Obviously, fresh weed is better than old stale weed. It just looks so yummy too. Of course, you got to dry these things carefully, or else it won't cure properly. You got to dry it carefully, and then ideally vacuum seal it away at exactly the perfect moment of freshness. This one I'll get some leaves off of it too. Use some leaf plucking. These leaves don't pluck very cleanly. Or at least gotta put a little bit more attention in to make sure they do. Which leaves are you plucking, Eric? Well, I'm plucking the leaves that, are late stage, yellowing, little spots on them, working their way towards falling off. Because as it gets later in the budding cycle, the bigger sun leaves start falling off naturally to make more room for the sun to get to the buds. I try to facilitate that process a little bit, like here and there, a couple leaves a day, depends on the day, throughout the process, keeping on top of everything because I like looking at my plants every day. It's not the sort of maintenance requiring task that I'm gonna mess up and forget to meow on some days. You actually enjoy looking at them and plucking at them and stuff. It feels like you're having a good relationship with your plant. Isn't that right? Oh, Missy. I think you're doing fine. No, I don't think you're at that awkward stage, okay? I think you're beautiful. I tell you, sometimes free Palestine. Okay, well, human greatness is not discovered until it is tested. We must be hardened against the fate by fate itself. Okay. Would you name a wheat strain after myself? No, if I had the opportunity to name a wheat strain, I'd name it something more interesting than Eric's wheat strain. There's some island people who put up some things that are just Cash App type stuff, leading erotic videos, I guess. I can't even talk about my own personal experience on the internet without getting called a racist. If I use the word Indian to describe something, I get called a racist. Who's calling you a racist? Just tell them, oh yeah? Well, you're a racist. Do you know what that is? You're a racist against racists. And that's not okay. I don't think you're a racist. Don't worry. I believe in you. There. Well, things are going well with this. It's looking like it's beginning to understand what I've been telling it all along. It should be a proud black woman. Don't be ashamed of your nappy hair. You just let it grow as it naturally grows. It's kind of advice I give my loved ones. Positive, uplifting, affirming advice. I believe in you and your proud black womanhood. Okay? Rose Star. I'm not going to call you a racist just because you're a proud black woman. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. All of us are real people, even the tiny people like me. Love me for who I am. You've got to love me for who I am, even though I'm retarded now, ma'am. Love me because my retardation is temporary, hopefully. Well, I'm gonna blow them to smithereens. I know you are, Premium Roadster. I'm just having fun making jokes. You know why I'm doing that? Maybe it's to cover up some real pain inside. No, I got that. I got it. You're a white chick. You were married to a black guy. I got it. And then he was like, you know what? I don't like white people. I don't know. You're like, get out of here, y'all. And you're like, what the fuck? And he's like, if you complain about it, I'm going to say you're a racist. And you're like, OMG. Take a please. That's my pot of honey. Look, all we are saying is give peace a chance. I think it's time we start letting everybody compete in the Special Olympics. I'm confident that I could beat those retarded people. Some of them, anyway. Depends on the sport, I guess. Cosmic Pentastar is a white male who just got out of their own toxic relationship with a black/native woman. But race had nothing to do with it. Did you leave after trying to make it work and realizing toxic people are going to stay toxic? Gonna have to commit to it though. Or, well, maybe, depending on the event. And depending on how special the other people are in there. They already let able-bodied people compete in the Special Olympics. Well, they might be able-bodied. To be in the Special Olympics, you have to be, it rhymes with regarded. I thought the vaccine claims were interesting. When I asked about doctors with opinions outside the Overton window, I got fact-checked and called a vaccine denier. Didn't deny shit, just had questions. But give me more information about the context in which this occurred. I'm curious. I want to know more about this. I mean, I do deny, I want to make this very clear. I deny that the COVID vaccine is a vaccine because vaccines prevent you from getting the disease. They don't do something else. You know what I don't get? Measles. You know what else I don't get? Mumps. You know what else I don't get? Rubella. I've never gotten any of those things. You know why? Because I got a vaccine. And what did it do? It prevented me from getting measles, mumps, and rubella. Now that we know what a vaccine is, you can easily see that the COVID vaccine is not a vaccine that prevents you from getting COVID, which is what a vaccine is. Black people are racist? I mean, I want to know, if you're saying black people are racist, I want to know if you've checked to make sure they're black. Have you asked them if they're black? Because people sometimes conclude I'm some race, this race or that. They never even bother asking me what race I am. So, maybe some of those black people that you think are racist are actually white. Oh, there's that. Sorry, I had to check a text message. I'm going to be. The message was from Jeffrey, actually. He wants to talk to me about some logic stuff. He's in college now, I guess. Okay, but Ruben, why did you want that so badly? It's because you know that you too are a victim of white oppression. I'm not censored in what I say. Or maybe I am being censored. Maybe that's why there's only 7 people here. Maybe because I like my coffee black, but with a lot of cream in it. Did Jeffrey get into that college? I don't know which college you're referring to. I don't know where Jeffrey is or what he's doing. I'll hopefully find out this evening. It'd be cool. On MSNBC, they're talking about white privilege all the time. Well, you know what kind of privilege I like to talk about? The privilege of being alive in this time of wonder where everybody says this bullshit and that bullshit and everybody gets all mad about it. And it's like, oh, those wokists are the bad guys. And then it's like, no, it's you white people and your guns. You're the bad guys. And everyone's like, oh, I don't like you. I love that so much. Can we stop with the race shit already? It's like whatever one wants to say about blacks or whites or whatever else is completely fucking pointless garbage because even if it were to be even if it were to be proved true somehow for the demographic as a whole, it's never correct or makes you more likely to be right and never morally acceptable for you to presume to know anything about anybody because you think you know what race they are. Anybody specific, you know? Like I said the other day about a video I watched, like this FT signifier guy, he's groupist is what I said. I didn't say racist. I don't believe we should give race any special treatment. Like groupist is groupist. You people who hate the wokists are just as groupist as the racists, or just as groupist as the people who hate the, red state folk. They're all terrible. I mean, it's all terrible. Nobody's terrible for being that way because everybody's that way about something, mostly. And it would be wonderful if nobody were that way at all about any groups, if they could actually deal with the world as it is rather than trying to play, this group's the boogeyman. But people are people and they do whatever they do, and what do I look like? The savior of the world? Not at the moment. That's why it's going to be so shocking from a few years when I am. Nobody would really have seen it coming except for a few people around here, maybe. Even they would have been like, yeah, but I didn't really seriously. So that's how it's going to go down. How am I going to save the world? By being correct. I'll be like, hey, you got it wrong over there. Hey, you're wrong too over there. Get over here, you. You're so wrong. Don't you see? I'm yelling at all of you. 1, 2, and 3. You're wrong. That's how it's going to go. And then everybody's going to know that they're wrong, and that's going to fix everything. People are individuals? Well, I'll admit that a person is an individual, but a people's, well, only natives can be peoples. Native peoples are different than regular people. That's why, like, just a group of people, they're people. But if you're talking about, like, the Mia tribe of the rainforest, then they're a peoples. How many of you guys remember the time, the brief window when TV would still have on it, or various other things, it could show boobs as long as it was some savages somewhere, and they'd call it indigenous nudity. the era of indigenous nudity. With National Geographic magazine showing pictures that would, I have no doubt, that would get them in serious trouble with CP laws these days. What do I do for work? Nothing at the moment. I'm semi-retired with a plan to unretire. Well, the truth of the matter is people within churches will discriminate against each other as well. You also have rich versus poor. I mean, I don't really think there's so much of a class conflict in the U.S. in any given actual instance of people interacting with one another, although certainly there's a populist appeal to the idea that somehow rich people are rich because they're getting an unfair share of the wealth, which is not how it works. It's not being distributed like that. I mean, I think you could just say, I think anyone who says somebody owes them something for something that happened, you can leave out all the other things. All right, here we go. I'm going to respond to Jeffrey. I'll be right back. Okay, well, it's not till 8 o'clock. I don't work with computers. I was, for most of my career, a competition flow debate coach. So I trained students to win debate rounds and made debate cases, did all the stuff the debate coach does. I coached policy debate, Lincoln Douglas, and public forum, and a little Congress. I also coached speech events that was, in the early part of my career when I had to coach everything. When I got like more management level, then I could get tell other people to do certain jobs for me that I didn't want to do myself. And I was a very good debate coach. Well, how are you going to coach anyone in today's environment and culture to do debate when they are always looking for a gotcha moment? I mean, you prep for that shit. Like, essentially, if somebody's going to accuse you of using inappropriate language in a debate round, they're going to run what's called a discourse K on you. They've got to point to the standard that you purportedly violated, the alternative, and why it should be a voter in the round. So the thing is, you can actually walk that line carefully in hopes of trapping somebody into running a discourse critique, have a really great response to it, and turn their impacting as a voter on them and say, since they're impacting it as a voter, if they lose it, that means it should be a voter for us. Additionally, it's a time suck, so that's another reason it should be a voter for us, and run various theory arguments. So debates accounted for everything. Debates way ahead of culture, okay? Debate finished with identity politics wokeist shit like a decade ago. I'm not from Harvard Law, no. Was there some pattern to the kids who were interested in debate policy, etc., personality-wise? I mean, NTPs were interested in it, but sometimes had iffy work habits, depending on the NTP. INTJs could be really good at it. I mean, I tend to remember the good ones, right? The best ones, I probably had some good ESTP debaters, probably. I don't know, all the good ones I can think of are ENTP, INTP, INTJ, ENTJ. All the best ones I can think of that I had. So, and it does draw an unusually high percentage of such people compared against other activities, certainly against other sports. Harvard Medical. No, I'm not a doctor or a lawyer. I'm a debate coach. I did not go to Harvard. I went to UC Santa Cruz, I was a banana slug, and I majored in the language I already spoke, English. But I debated in high school, and then once I started classroom teaching at a private school that had a middle school debate program, I mentioned in the interview that I could coach debate, even though I'd never coached it before. I'd just done it in high school. Because you add things that you could do to your thing to make yourself seem more appealing. There we go. Now you got to like double tap, triple tap this thing to get a good puff of me out of it. It's nice out right now, but there are some little bugs around. And I don't really like little bugs that much. Especially when they get near your ear and you hear that high-pitched buzzing sound. You're assuming that's got to be a mosquito, even though around here it's almost certainly a face fly. We don't seem to have that many mosquitoes. God bless America for that. That would suck ass if we were just like swarmed with mosquitoes all the time. I just feel like, oh God, why do you even love it? I don't know why. There's just gonna be all of us scared. The media only pays attention to race culture issues because it's lucrative. Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's subject to the same thing that I'm subject to. If I want to be maximally successful on YouTube, I've got to give the people what they want. Whether or not I think that's what they should have, or whether or not it's what I want to make. This is not what the people want. If I were to make media that people wanted, videos, I would make cardinal function videos that explain things and then do type descriptions. The story of the INTJ, world's rarest mastermind. World's rarest, highly sensitive mastermind genius. Are you that person? Yes, you are. You get to be the smartest and the most sensitive, the most creative and the most pragmatic, the most reliable and the most spontaneous, all at the same time. Because you are the magic type. You are special. Have you tried casting Fireball? That's a spell you probably can do if you've not tried it before. Special people like you can often cast Fireball. Do you find sometimes if you really try hard, you can make yourself invisible? You just might be a highly sensitive INTJ. Seems to be a double standard for TV versus internet. I mean, it's the same principles apply, right? People want to watch what they want to watch. That's why the History Channel, all of its shows are about things like, could this thing be better explained by aliens? Well, no. Some researchers say yes. Okay, well, I mean, some researchers think turd's a good sandwich spread. It's not a reason to affirm or even bring up their stupid opinions about things. We found 6 idiots who believe some crazy bullshit. Let's find out what. Researchers concluded. You mean those 6 idiots you're talking about? Yes. I've been studying the phenomenon of invisible giants in the greater Utah, Arizona area here for the past 20 years. I'd say I'm the biggest expert in the field. Can you show us some of your evidence that you've compiled here? Here's a plaster cast I made of a what is obviously a giant's footprint here. You can see the shape of the foot arch, and this here would be the big toe, and these other toes are kind of like melded together, but you can see clearly four or three, depending on how you look at it, different ridges that could are in fact former toe bones. This has been fossilized, and I took an imprint from the fossil here, and you can tell by the depth of it. How deep is this? It's exactly the depth that it would be if a giant human being, say 30 feet tall, were to have made this imprint. What do these 30 feet tall people eat? Researchers speculate it could have been anything from berries and fruits to mastodons. Researchers speculate. Why don't you just say, here's something strange, and here's some bullshit? How do you feel about NASA being a monopoly? I mean, they have a monopoly on what exactly? Public money for space shit? NASA is basically a front for for secret space spending, I think. That's what I think. I think there's a lot of secret space spending going on, and NASA is getting a fraction of their money that they're supposedly going to get to just kind of be a storefront that you walk by and go, is anybody ever in this store? What are they even doing? They send back these pictures. They show some pictures, and from Mars purportedly. I remember these pictures so vividly in my dad's planetary magazine, and looking at them and everything. Never occurred to me, what I found out later was NASA just put a red filter over those pictures of Mars. Does that mean they're not from Mars? Well, I mean, you wonder why they put the red filter on, but one could imagine they're like, these pictures just look too much like regular Earth. People aren't going to believe it's Mars. All right, well, let's put a red filter on it. Of course, nowadays it's easy to remove that shit with Photoshop, so it's obvious what happened. Remember me? I do remember you. Brian's Talk and Play. Sepia and gray filter. Well, I think it was more red filters, actually. But, because I remember the pictures clearly, and I saw them recently in a video about it. They made the whole thing have like a red, brickish red color. And, when asked to explain why, you don't get any good explanation. Somebody's idea. They doctor a lot of images in a lot of different ways. I guess that's probably where they get in the habit. Some of them legit, like, well, this image is actually of frequencies in the radio frequency range, and we want to make it into a visual image, stuff like that. They do all kinds of shit. Why? I'm not sure why. And I don't think there's probably ever going to be, I can't think of an explanation that would be satisfying, right? Like, why release to the Planetary Society magazine, which is this magazine that big astrophysics buffs subscribe to, like my dad did, and along with wherever else they're published. Why put a red filter on pictures that makes them less high resolution than they actually are? Less vivid, less easy to understand visually, etc. Why do that? Just in order to make the pictures more like, wow, or something to make him seem more exotic? Or there's no possible good explanation for that. If God is good, why did he lie to Adam and Eve about eating the apple? Did he lie to them? Didn't he say, don't eat the apple? I don't think you can lie with a command. No, we definitely can fly out of Earth's atmosphere. I've seen plenty of satellites passing overhead. I live someplace with very little light pollution. I'd never seen a satellite before I moved out here. But since I've been here, I've seen myriad. I saw the International Space Station. It was huge. It looked huge. I was like, what is that? Well, because Rachel said she gets like a notification. The International Space Station will be passing by in time. We went outside to look at it. Even with that knowledge, I still didn't think that thing could possibly be that because it was so bright. It was bigger than the biggest star or planet or whatever. Brighter than, bigger than. I thought that's got to be a drone or yeah, but it was clearly moving along at high elevation, altitude, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm not completely unwilling to entertain the possibility that images from Mars are not legitimate in some way. I'm not completely unwilling to entertain that possibility. However, it definitely is the case that escape velocity is a thing, that we do have satellites in orbit, that we have left the Earth's atmosphere. And it's definitely the case that there are planets in the solar system other than our own. And, all that nice stuff. Planets revolving around the sun. Basic astronomy that we've all learned is correct. And that doesn't mean that everything that NASA tells us is true. It is the case that there are plenty of instances of our government lying to us about lots of things. People in government lying to us. No, I don't work with computers. He said, if you eat the apple, you will die. Oh, did he? And then they didn't die, huh? Maybe he just was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to follow through on that because I don't want to make a new first dude and first lady. Whatever. Doesn't it seem like Old Testament God and New Testament God are different people? Yes, because of the following. Jesus came out of Mary's womb and said, as he grew older, he's like, all right, hey, Dad, God, listen. You seem to be particularly fond of motivating with the stick, okay? You got a lot of plagues going on. You're punishing people with locusts en masse, even though maybe only a couple of them really typify the worst of the wrongdoers. This whole frogs raining from the sky shit, let's flood everybody. Everybody drowns except for these people, Knock down the Tower of Babel. Everybody just eats sand and suffering forever or whatever. This shit, Dad, you have got to knock it off. Okay? Look, what I'm into is forgiving them. You know why? You do know why, don't you? Yes, you do. It's because they're never going to stop being stupid. But we can be better than that. God, Dad. So from now on, make with the rainbows, not with the floods. Make with the Son of God sacrifice for your sins, not with the plagues, okay? And I can tell you, I've already discussed it with him. The Holy Ghost is on my side regarding this. Boo! Hey, it's me, the Holy Ghost. Jesus is right. I'm taking his side in this issue here. I know you're a great God, you're a powerful God, you're a mighty God, you're an angry God, you're a wrathful God. But we're going to remake your image over time. People are going to see you as gentle. First thing we're going to do, we're going to change your current incarnation as people view you from this horrible red face with horns to a nice old man with a beard. There, that's a lot softer. People can really get behind this God. We'll work on your image more as time passes. What we'd like to do is phase out the old. You're not phasing out the Old Testament, says God. Okay, it was just a suggestion. Well, that's why he had Jesus and the Holy Ghost. His first kid was the Holy Ghost, but because it didn't come out of a human being, it came out of ghost. His first kid, he tried to have sex with an angel. It was Letitia, I believe, the angel Letitia. And he did, in fact, produce a pregnancy, but when they went to the OBGYN and they did put the jelly on Letitia's belly and did the ultrasound, what did they see inside? Just ectoplasm. And indeed, 6 months later, because it was 3 months before they got the ultrasound, the Holy Ghost was born. And Letitia said, "But I'm scared of ghosts." And God's like, "Whatever, Letitia, you go do your thing. I know what you really mean. You mean, I don't want to raise a child. I want to party." Well, I'll tell you what. Here's an 8 ball of white stuff and $10,000. Go to Vegas, knock yourself out. I'll get a real mother in here to care for this child. But at that point, the Holy Ghost was all grown up because ghosts grow up in just 5 minutes. From newborn to full grown in just 5 minutes. Why? Because normally they're dead, but not the Holy Ghost. So basically you have to go from birth to death in just 5 minutes. What if God is the devil, since the ruler of the world is the devil and he seems to be the ruler of the world? I don't think God is the devil because I don't think God's making us be dumb. I think we're doing that all by ourselves. We don't need any help being dumb. We seem to be stunningly good at it. The only reason we made it this far is because there was always more shit to get, like, well, it's getting shitty here. Let's go over there where there's nothing and start over. There was always that before. So we were always able to just slowly, bit by bit, evolve intellectually as a culture, as a society, evolve technologically, We may have always been dumb, Fly Guy, but we had much less access to the dumbness of others before. Prior to the internet, we couldn't see how dumb all these people were, right? We just had the newspapers. Sometimes you'd read an article or an opinion piece, you'd be like, this is bullshit. And you'd write your own letter in. They'd publish the best letters. That kind of stuff, right? And depending on what circles you ran in, you may never have really encountered the dumbness of others. Or if you were upper class, intellectual type, you might have just said, well, that's just, the lower people are just dumb, and that's just how it is. Of course they're dumb. That's what makes us so special. So, it could very well be that God made us very dumb, and knowing that we would gradually evolve into smarter beings over time, as we have, and that there'd be periods of volatility during periods of fast change, as we see, So this is one such period of volatility. It's like the habits of a world that operated in secret are crashing into the habits of a world that can communicate instantly everywhere, anything, and that can, and they can always, every single person can film something at any given moment. You're always on camera potentially, No, I was not an economics teacher. I was a competition flow debate coach. So I did coach debaters on plenty of economics topics. I made plenty of cases on economics topics. And accordingly, I have made videos about economics, but I am not an economics teacher or a professor or whatever. I'm Eric Brienz. Have a good day. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. It's the only thing that separates us from the animals. Yeah, now we're on camera everywhere all the time. I don't mind it at all. Anybody's always welcome to film me as much as they want. As long as I'm out in public, Obviously, I'm not inviting trespassing, but you were on the debate team and you loved it, Lincoln Douglas debate. Cool. I coached LD, I coached policy, I coached public forum. I debated in high school, I debated policy. And I was a very good debate coach. I'm very good at case making. I'm very good at understanding what's salient in a given topic better than the other coaches, how to make the arguments more cohesively, link back to framework in more powerful ways, win framework, etc. But LD's a little annoying to coach in some ways. It's like, I don't know, these days, towards the end of it anyway, it got a little annoying because there was this stock framework thing that had everybody running utilitarianism as a value, which is not, it's like, oh my God. In LD, anytime there was any kind of linkage to any kind of policy, it's ridiculous. It's like, okay, I'm glad I'm not active so much anymore because fuck this guy. This is ridiculous. If I had been like 10 years back, I would have been fiery and I would have ripped that shit to pieces. I would have written scathing cards for my kids to read analytics or whatever. Or, because the exact explanation for why util should never function as a value or even a normative criterion, I've never heard it articulated by anybody but me. The exact thing I wanted to say, It's got several components to it. Number one of which is nothing can really be called a normative framework unless it can tell you ahead of time whether the thing is morally acceptable or not. And remember that we can, and then the second thing being that utility is second in the order of questions. Once we determine it's legitimate, then we find out if it's beneficial, and if so, then we affirm. Trying to pretend that we can ignore the legitimacy concerns that come first and just evaluate the whole thing morally as a utilitarian calculus, predicting these impacts versus those impacts, is just a recipe for justifying any horrific bullshit that you can think of. A horrible nightmare of buttfuckery. That's what utilitarianism is. It's a horrible nightmare of buttfuckery. And that's one to grow on. If I had to make an after-school PSA, play it during cartoons or whatever at school, it would just say, it had like a colorful character with a cartoon voice say, "Don't forget, kids, utilitarianism is just a bunch of buttfuckery." And then the kids would know. Don't embrace utilitarianism for anything. It's useless. Wrong, it's useless, it's dumb, it's obviously wrong. Not even just wrong, it's obviously wrong. There's an order of questions. It's like, should we rob this liquor store? Well, let's evaluate the costs and benefits. How about first we evaluate whether it's legitimate? Even if you don't want to evaluate it on a moral calculus, it's going to be illegitimate because it's illegal, right? You might argue that some illegal things are nevertheless legitimate, but this wouldn't be the case in this instance because this does in fact victimize another person, violate their rights. So obviously it doesn't matter how beneficial it might be to us, we ought not do it because it's wrong and illegal. And we're like, well, let's evaluate the moral correctness and legality of this act after we've evaluated the utilitarian thing and use that to justify doing the thing. Then fuck off. That's why there's an order of questions. I think y'all know what I'm saying here. You can't just decide whether it's good for you to steal that car without first considering whether or not it's legal / moral to steal that car. And if you do it that way, the wrong way, then you incur the status of morally wicked. In other words, you turn yourself into a bad guy. You don't want to be a bad guy, do you? No, you want to be a good guy. Why? Because cheaters never prosper. And also because, most importantly, you want to actually be able to live with yourself some of the time. I haven't even really done anything bad that much in life, you know? But everything I did that was even kind of bad, if it hurt somebody else, I can now, as I'm older, put myself in their shoes and realize what an ass I was being or how mean I was being, or I just think, oh God, why did I do that horrible thing? It's horrible, you know? So, obviously, try to save your future self a lot of heartache and keep your sheet clean, you know? That's what the eternal sunshine of the spotless mind is all about, although it doesn't use memory of one's own sins as the thing it talks about, but rather something super tragic. But the fact is, the reason youth is wasted on the young is because the wisdom of old age comes with a terrible cost. Okay, there. Now I'm back here reading. Thanks, Easy Breezy, for your subscription. You'll receive 7 issues a year of Sports Illustrated Monthly. It's a low cost of just $799.99. Yeah, I wasn't really flushing the toilet. That's just green screen action and my sound effects bar. I need to take an antacid pill. So I've begun taking, instead of the chewing antacids that you chew up, the Tums, your Rolaids, those kind of ones, you know, I've been taking this pill. Let's talk a little bit about what it is. It's called famotidine tablet. This is kind of like Prilosec OTC, I think. Or no, this is kind of like Previtin or something like that. The Prilosec, you're supposed to do a 14-day run of it, and then supposedly you don't get heartburn after that or something. I haven't tried that one yet. I'm going to go through these other pills first. When does the regular season of the NFL start? I need to do my fantasy football team. Let's do a fantasy football draft right now. Might as well. Well, and the thing is, premium roadstar, depending on our relationship with introverted sensing, which is a certain kind of cognitive function, a way of knowing via experience rather than intuition. Like I'm an SI type. Bad things that happen are remembered much more powerfully generally than good things that happen if there's much of a differentiation. People who remember, there are people who like remember basically everything that happens to them. But for me anyway, my intrusive thoughts I'm going to use as a general term for times of bad brooding, where I'm sitting and brooding about negative things, feeling bad, worrying, or whatever. Some percentage of it is fretting about the future slash the present, about, you know, longer term stuff. Some amount of it, but the vast majority of it is about things that are long done and past that I will never be able to redo or do anything new about. They have nothing else to teach me except, you know, that I too have sinned and it sucks. It's its own punishment because you feel guilty and you feel like you hate yourself and stuff like that, you know. I've been using omeprazole and esomeprazole every day for years for my heartburn. Oh, are those, um, can you give me the brand name of those drugs? Is it like Prilosec or something like that? I mean, in general, I don't think it's wise to eat anything out of the oceans these days because we've polluted them so badly. Nexium and Prilosec. Okay, cool. Which one? Like, so do you take one of them in the morning, one of them at night or something? Or the problem I have basically, I like to drink a lot of coffee. And coffee gives me what I call stomach acid. I don't call it heartburn. I say, I have stomach acid. Because heartburn is not a correct description of what's going on. Your heart is not involved at all, and there's no fire involved either. One a day, either one. Do they work equally well? I spent years getting heartburn and not doing anything at all about it until one day I'm like, why don't I try eating some of these acids that you see advertised all the time? I just said, oh, whatever. I just have to wait for that to go away. Dude, wilding out. Perhaps much the same. Maybe next game is better. I'll keep that in mind. These pills I'm taking, I'm not sure which one it is. They seem to work quite well. And I don't really like to eat those chewable ones because it's hard for me to chew them up. I don't have that many teeth at the moment. Yeah, but your example exists kind of like in a hypothetical vacuum. Everyone around you 2 millennia ago thought it was stupid to mess with the shellfish. Maybe it still is stupid despite your magic. Well, maybe. I mean, look, I'm not saying never eat anything from the ocean. I'm saying, personally, I've got multiple objections to eating things from the ocean. One of which is my philosophy that we should only eat cows, pigs, and chickens. If we're going to eat fish, we should eat tilapia, which we can farm, or something else we can farm. If we didn't raise it for the purpose of eating it, leave it alone. That's my theory. But additionally, a lot of fish have some level of mercury in them. Obviously, you don't want to eat a lot of mercury. Oh, I didn't know how this conversation began exactly. Thanks, Buddy Cat. The reason I made it was because it finally dawned on me. Oh, I guess I understand why they're suggesting this rule. Because at first I was like, what is the point of this? To improve the prestige. They they didn't really say the honest reason. What they should have said is to more clearly define the roles of different players on the baseball team, to increase the amount of stars, to like so that the star pitchers don't mush into the staff as much. Mercury has something to do with autism. I don't know if it does or not. I don't think vaccinations have anything to do with autism. Whether mercury does, I mean, mercury can cause any number of problems. I'm not sure exactly what it does. I'm not an expert in toxic stuff and how it impacts people, but I think vaccinations are fine. There's nothing at all wrong with vaccinations. Vaccinations are great when they're when you're getting vaccinated with a vaccine, right? A vaccine, remember, we're defining it as it's historically been defined, is that which prevents you from getting the disease for which you're being vaccinated. Everybody I know who got the vaccination for COVID got COVID also at some point. So it clearly did not prevent people from getting it. And thus, it should not call itself a vaccine. Yeah, well, that's how we've decided to engage in a minimally intrusive public good. Like to powerfully encourage the public good of having more people vaccinated. Most vaccines are perfectly real, good vaccines that actually prevent things, right? With the while still giving parents the possibility of having their child not get vaccinated, they just have to go through a bunch of bullshit to make it happen because they can't send the kid to public school, right? So I don't know. I mean, no, easy breezy. Natural immunity is not better than vaccines. In every instance, a vaccine that works is preferable. Rather than, because many diseases, you don't have the chance to get it once, get some immunity to it, get it again. You don't want to get mumps, measles, or rubella ever, any times, right? They're very bad diseases. You don't want to get polio ever, any times. You can't get polio, lose the ability to walk, and be happy that you gain some natural immunity from it. Who will J-Lo marry next? I love Ruben's answer. Ben Affleck again. With COVID, it is the case that I was advocating at the beginning of it, let it run its course. And that one of the realities of that is that the people who get it and either don't show symptoms or get it mildly and get over it, presumably will naturally develop some antibodies that will help make make them stronger as the virus continues to change, etc. Is it necessarily the case that if we had done that, let it run its course, that we'd have more or fewer deaths from COVID than we ended up having? It's hard to say. It really is hard to say. The point is, it's a speculated impact. It's not a real measurable impact. So I don't think people in general were lying about COVID at all. I think that people were wrong and people were talking about the wrong things. Like, they accurately reported the death rate in Italy in that initial outbreak amongst the population of very old, sick people with multiple pre-existing conditions as 4%. What they didn't do was the basic critical thinking to say, however, note everybody, when you only test the sickest possible population, that's all the tests we have for COVID right now, and in fact, you get only a 4% fatality rate in that population, we can expect at least an order of magnitude lower fatality rate when the numbers are finally crunched, which is what I said at the time, but nobody else was saying it. But no, we weren't lied to. Just nobody pointed out that glaring methodology flaw. Nobody pointed out that it's not 4%. It's not going to prove to be a 4% fatality rate. Even if it had been an actual 4% fatality rate, I still would have said let it run its course. Because the thing is, we're not going to stop it, right? Based on what we learned, what we knew about it. The fact that it was entirely novel, contagious to everybody, that it had a 2-week incubation period. It was not going to be possible to stop its spread via a quarantine without martial law for the entire world for years, which would obviously bankrupt millions and millions of people, etc. No, I did not see that easy breezy. And it's perfectly reasonable for people to be upset about the fact that everybody should be upset about the same thing. The decision making was taken out of the hands of the people who owned all the consequences for the decision. In other words, the small business owner who might like to stay open and maybe not lose their home and a bunch of other shit because they go bankrupt, the decision was taken out of their hands, made by somebody who would incur none of the consequences of the decision. That's the problem. We should all be very angry about that. People who make decisions should be the ones who incur the consequences of the decisions being made. So if I want to shut down my small business during this period of time of COVID because I'm worried about getting sick or about being a spreader or whatever, and then in fact my shutting it down for that period of time causes me to go bankrupt, well then I incur that myself, right? It's my fault. I've incurred the natural consequence of my own bad decision. If somebody else forces me to shut down my business and I go bankrupt, whose fault is that? The person who forced me to shut it down. Who incurs the consequences of being bankrupt? Me. So, this is about where the onus of responsibility lies. It lies with those who have the ownership of the consequences. And I mean, like, public officials have no responsibility for the health of the general population. They have a responsibility to keep everybody well informed on best practices, maybe in extremely rare instances issue a quarantine for a isolated spot, provided they've got good reason to believe they've got it locked up in that spot, But definitely nothing like a couple of years of people not being able to run their businesses and shit. That's fucking totally insane, right? An emergency sometimes affords government officials emergency powers. But an emergency is an emerging reality that can't last any longer than meow amount of time. It's not clear exactly what that is, but it's not 2 years. Unless everything's always emerging forever, then emergency needs to have some kind of much shorter durational limit than that. I'm not saying digital small business or brick and mortar is more important. What I'm saying is what's important is that regardless of what kind of business you have, that if decisions are going to be made that cause you to go bankrupt, like being open too few hours, that it's because you made those decisions, not that somebody else made that decision for you, regardless of what kind of business you have. So let's say during COVID, they had said you can not ship anything from your home business to anybody else in the country unless you've passed this government check of extra sanitary conditions before you ship things out, and there's a long line to get checked for that, and really only big corporations can afford all these impositional requirements, etc., right? Anyway, the point is, I don't care how much you politician want to play health theater and make meaningless, pointless, horrible requirements of everybody as a show of how much you care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how much you do care. Don't decide things for me. I'll decide things for me that impact me. You decide things for you that impact you. You want to wear a mask? Go for it. You want to stay locked in your house? Go for it. Don't tell me to do so. That's just basic common decency, right? Let your neighbor decide for himself and you decide for yourself. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. You know? Yeah, well, I experienced that too. My dad experienced it. It was horrible. It was appalling. And you really don't hear anybody any longer arguing that it was a good idea. Well, free will wasn't lost, but some freedom to meow was lost. Lots of freedom to meow was lost, but I wouldn't say free will was lost. You're still responsible for your own actions. So, oh yeah, our First Amendment rights were violated like crazy. Because remember, First Amendment's not just about free speech, but freedom of assembly as well. And no, it does not say freedom of assembly, parentheses, unless there's a virus going around. Am I using a bubbler? Yeah, we could call it that. You could call it a bubbler. It's a term. I should try to use that term too. I don't like the term bong. It sounds almost like dirty. A bubbler. I like that term. Maybe I'll use that instead. Hi, Drew. I hope the evening's treating you well, and I hope you're treating the evening well. Because then you have a healthy relationship where both of you respect each other. Well, happy birthday, Drew. How old will you be this Saturday? 101. That is quite old. $15, huh? Well, if any adult themes should happen to come up, just leave here as quickly as possible, because you are not old enough to hear such matters. Currently, we're talking about, I think, some safe topics. We're talking about First Amendment, my right to assemble. I can go over to my friend's house even if the government doesn't want me to. Assuming my friend wants me to, Obviously, if my friend doesn't want me to go over to his house, that's a different matter. Maybe he's not even my friend then. But a true friend wants me to go over to his house. Speaking of true friends, let's talk about bingo. Eric, what does bingo begin with and in which room? Bingo begins with B. In the room that no one knew. I stands for I. I am the person saying these things. N stands for never. Never do I what? G stands for go. And what does O stand for? Overboard. Because, boy, I never go overboard is what bingo stands for. There you go. The room that no one knew in a place that wasn't there. There was a room that no one knew, though perhaps one once did know. That knower surely died very long ago. I might go down there on the 8th because of this. I might go down there Sunday evening on the 8th because I got this thing here. It's a raffle ticket. And they draw these between 4 and p.m. No, 3 and 7 p.m. Hourly drawings. And if your thing gets pulled, you win $1,000, $2,000, $2,500, $3,000, or $4,000. I figure I've been to this casino enough. I know it doesn't get that crowded. You have to be present to win. So that if that means they pull another one if the person whose name gets pulled isn't there. Well, I mean, the fact that you have to be present to win means essentially you have to go there this day and put it in the thing that day, right? So I'm just thinking, hey, it's about as good a probability of winning a raffle prize as you're gonna get. If I could just go down there and eat leisurely meal at the diner place, not at the fancy restaurant. It's too expensive. So he said he wishes the division would stop. Right, I think the division is the main problem, Easy Breezy and everybody else. I think that the insistence on engaging politically by being divisive regarding culture war wedge issues is a cancer on the American body politic. I think to return to a citizen democracy properly run, we need to remember that we're all on the same team, and remember that as we move through the world and encounter people in the world, we're actually quite pleasant to one another. We're not super aggressive. We don't go like, who do you support, Trump or Harris? Kamala Harris. Kamala, whatever. Listen, Harris and Trump. Let's not use which one we are going to vote for as a litmus test for the sanity, decency, and intellect of the person we're talking to. Bill Clinton's got to be pretty old now. No, I've never played Russian roulette. That's a horrible thing. It's not playing anything. It's like, have you ever almost, submitted Kuakide? It's not a game or anything. I have camel toe. Can you see my lips? My puss lips through my pants? Uh-oh. Cause they're looking at my puss lips. Little bug into my heart. And my puss lips showing out through my pants. Camel toe down in my pants. No, that's just regular roulette. Premium roaster. Russian roulette is you put one bullet in a gun and spin the revolver thing around, Regular roulette is what you're talking about. I do play roulette sometimes. Yes. We played roulette last time. We won roulette last time we went there, actually. I am quite sure, Putty Cat, that she did not say, "You are racist and misogynist if you do not vote for Kamala Harris." She probably said something that implied that, maybe, but I seriously doubt she said that. Can I stop singing and try Zorba the Greek dance? I'm not really singing at the moment, but is the Zorba the Greek dance the one where you put your arms like this and kick your legs up? Is that that dance? I'm not sure I know that, the Zorba the Greek dance. That dance that I'm talking about, I think, was a Russian dance, though, right? The Russian, the, no, the twirling dervishes. I'm sorry, I'm not really a planker. The reason being, I don't actually have any bones in my body. So, what I use is muscle and cartilage to fake bones. But if I were to try to plank, I just like that. True story. So, can't do that. So, one could conceive of the fact that I have only 9 people here and I've had incredibly low numbers for this whole stream. You could imagine that potentially linking to the fact that I was talking about vaccinations before. It wouldn't shock me at all if this stream had like one of those auto COVID things afterwards. Can I go roofing? No. Can I give you roofies? No. Can I take roofies myself? No. So, I mean, I'm not voting at all. I'm going to vote for staying home. Can I do the floss? I don't know how to do the floss. Is it like this? I do the floss. I do the disco. I do the floss. And now some Crisco. Is that the floss? Oh, I see. You want me to floss my crotch. Floss my crotch with whatever they make pantyhose out of, I guess. I mean, panties. Pantyhose are made out of nylon. Whatever they make G-strings out of, I suppose. Oh, yeah? And it goes like this, like moving a towel up and down your middle split. Hi, Leo Lion. How's it going? I hear you are the king of the jungle with your mane and your loud roar. You just get your lady lions to get your food for you. You just lie around. What are my thoughts on crypto? Well, I think now is probably a good time to buy like XRP. I wish I had kind of bought it maybe like a week ago. I'm not super liquid at the moment, so I'm not gonna buy it right now myself. But I've been poo-pooing it for a long time now. But recent developments, changes and things make me think, you know what? Now might be a pretty good time to get it. Seems to have bottomed out. You know what I'm saying? Cardano's at 38, might be a good buy. XRP, let's see what it's at. I see it's at 60. I knew I should have bought it at 51. God damn it, Eric. I shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Have you ever believed a politician that they will change your life or save it, then voted for them? And it seems like many people think that. I don't. You'd think so, given how much passion people have in it. But the reality is, I don't think anybody ever experiences expecting things to be dramatically different by voting for this person, or blames politicians particularly for when things go badly in their lives or whatever happens in the specifics. So what you're saying is they would get rid of the capital gains tax rate, but still tax capital gains, but at an income rate for people making more than $1 million a year. I mean, oh my God, what a terrible idea. Does she not understand how much capital that will lock into existing investments? People will never take profits, you know? People do not understand that you want liquidity in the investment economy, right? If you, the higher taxes you make on capital gains, the more people don't cash out their investments. They don't take the profits ever. They just sit on them indefinitely for as long as they can afford, right? And then when they do cash it out, it's when they need it, in which case they're not going to get that tax money out of it, right? Because then they're not making that money anymore. So what ends up happening? They don't get more tax revenue, and they have massive amounts of wealth locked into existing investments with no sign of budging. That's terrible. Terrible, terrible idea. Of course, if people don't understand that how various levers in the economy work and think that taxation is somehow good, that the problem is that the federal government does not currently have enough money to spend. Anybody who thinks the federal government does not currently have enough money to spend needs to check themselves into a mental hospital. Because how much money could the federal government possibly fucking need? It's like the taxation triangle is upside down. You should pay the most taxes locally, the least federally, and state in between. I mean, there's no good way to have any capital gains tax. You need investor money to move fluidly and freely to maximally make the economy efficient. And the more you tax capital gains, the less capacity for upward mobility there is, and the less capacity to generate real generational wealth. You know, you want a lot of winners, a lot of fairly big winners, because those big winners end up having to support a lot of people, you know? Oh yeah, I blame them both. I understand. I mean, the point is, it doesn't matter who you are, Democrat, Republican, or whatever, who to blame for the bloated government, or even if you want to call it a bloated government. The point is much simpler than that. The federal government should not be needing any more than 4.5, almost $4.47 trillion. The federal government, with its enumerated powers and limited scope of duties, the government of the states, not the government of the people directly per se so much, needs more than the $4.47 trillion they currently are collecting. Let me ask this question. Does the $4.7 trillion dollars in federal revenue figure include Social Security? Let me ask this. How much is collected each year in Social Security withholdings? How much in total how much in total is collected from all American workers each year by the federal government in Social Security? Oh my God. How much revenue has the U.S. government collected this year? Sources of revenue. Yes, it is included, actually. Social Security is included in that figure. So, okay. At least it includes withholdings, I guess. It appears to, anyway, I think. It's a hard question to find answered. In 2023, they spent $6.2 trillion. And somehow there's, like, yeah, well, premium roast are, some people get some things from the government, like a little bit, food stamps or Social Security, you know, but like most of us have gotten the tiniest fraction in services back of the amount we've paid. Sure, if you want to count like defense as being, you're getting something back for that, fine, you know. But with large amounts of the budget going to Medicare, stuff like that, which is just an insanely inefficient way to deal with these costs. We got all kinds of problems. We are not helping the underserved. Look at the streets. And note, more tax revenue will not change that. If in fact that were to change, it wouldn't be because we had more tax revenue. Well, Premium Roadstar, my heart goes out to you. I really don't know what to say about it. It's really hard times for a lot of reasons, and the solution is complex. You know, I would love to see the federal government spend less money in general, and I wouldn't hate to see the federal government spend a greater portion of less money actually helping, you know, regular people. It's generally generally, so program, redistributive programs are best accomplished with straight up cash payments, with no strings attached and a minimum amount of bureaucratic nonsense. Ideally, they're given to everybody. If you're going to limit at all the people who get it, it should be something arbitrary, like you'd say everybody between the ages of 26 and 52 gets this, um, because that's all we can afford. Or, but the thing is, it can't be means tested. You can't have like the government giving money out to poor people because they need it, because that puts this onerous burden on the poor person to jump through a bunch of hoops to get the money. And then two, generally incentivizes them to stay poor so they can continue to get that money. Oftentimes, like if you're getting some kind of disability, you are not allowed to work on the books, or else you'll lose your disability payments, right? Government spending does not cause inflation. What happens is infusion of more currency into the economy that outpaces the actual increase of wealth as an abstract quality, that's the product of people doing useful work for one another. So if that outpaces that, like it did during COVID, they kept quantitative easing, which is infusing more currency into the economy, which needs to happen so you don't get deflation. But it only needs to happen when everybody's working and there's a lot of wealth being generated. In the absence of that, you have a massive inflationary crunch, which has basically run its course now. I don't think we're going to be experiencing any other large inflationary pressures in any other big markets except perhaps housing. So I don't think housing has reflected the increase in prices that we've seen in a lot of other sectors, such as, especially notably in food. I think, however, housing is going to get more expensive. I think we'll see a rise in housing prices that matches like that 10% range. But I could be wrong about that. So, private sector, by and large, they do their business in the best possible way they can. They have to find exactly the right price point where they can profit, but still be appealing enough to consumers that they can sell their product. They got to have some kind of an angle. It's tricky to sustain success in business as well. Anytime somebody sees one business succeeding in a niche, there's a million copycats trying to crowd them out of the market niche that they've succeeded in. So it's tough doing business, and of course, business owners, they are trying to run the business's finances while concurrently having the business pay them, and then them having their own finances separate. And it can be a tricky business in general. It's like people, for example, need to have constancy of regularity. Most people don't have long amounts of rainy day funds piled up. So the point is, businesses do what they can to make as much money as they can when they can, but they're also, it's like if for example there were a way for a grocery store to make money charging the prices they charged 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it would make shit tons of money because everybody would go there and buy that cheaper grocery store stuff. There's no way for people all up and down the chain of supplying, transportation, distribution, etc., all up and down that chain of actual tangible products. They're making money at probably the lowest price points they can set because it's hard to make money, you know? Things are expensive for everybody. They aren't just expensive for people who are living their lives, they're expensive for people owning businesses and trying to run farms and all that kind of shit too. The American dream is unattainable. No, easy breezy, you will not. Not that, not like that. The only potential way you could do that is you'd have to make, probably a fair number of smallish bets on crypto and have one of them hit big, It's conceivable still. There's still room to hit it big in crypto potentially, but you could also lose it all. Well, without myself getting help, things aren't going to get better, and it's not sustainable in the United States for elderly people. I feel you, man. Both my heart goes out to you, and it makes me worry and want to make sure that I'm taken care of for my old age. I gotta, hustle a bit for a few years while I still am young enough to do so, to make sure I stay in positive cash flow for a while, set things up. I don't know, Rose. I'm not sure. Like, I've been doing YouTube for a long time and I still haven't succeeded. So, all right. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap this stream up. And no, I don't think that's realistic exactly. Everybody's gonna have to. Some people are gonna have to actually own businesses and have payrolls. But it certainly would be the case that there are a lot of things that would be better if the economy were better. Right now, it's not that easy to get a job, apparently, etc. But anyway, I'm going to wrap this up, and it's an important topic we're talking about here. Also, a little bit depressing, but important to talk about. So, thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of it, and I'll see you later.